do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody going? Waggle is also doing spark totems. I may have to play around with it, but my first thought is actually Ember Fusillade totems. Certainly we'll try everything.
So,
what is this? Oh, sweet Jesus, there's another whole interview thing. Best shit I've seen so far. This dude is the sun smoking a joint. It's a sunflower smoking a joint. DM and then, oh, that's got to be good. That has to be good.
not scared of the locals.
Before I start that, I got to figure out a better way to level, because for sure, I mean, I could be wrong, but for sure, I don't know, this plant thing in Act 1 doesn't feel that strong. I mean, it's not bad. That's compared to the good stuff, but what's the good stuff? That's what I need to figure out. What's the good stuff? Like, what should I be using instead? I was like, I got this one too. into ED Contagion and Moonstorm are all the good stuff. Well, I definitely don't want to do Twister, Snipe, or Grenades because none of them are spells. This is a spell. Increase generic damage area. Damage, damage, damage. Spell damage, spell damage, spell damage, spell damage, spell damage. And I think plants just don't feel good until you get here. Right? Like, I think that's when plants feel good. Because they suddenly cost way less mana, do way more damage. And then, ta-da, you can be a plant build. Has nobody put out... I can't be the only person. I feel like Ice Nova's OP as fuck in Act 1. Am I cooked? Like, I feel like it's Ice Nova. It's just so fucking good for clear. I don't know what I'd do for single target. Compared to ED Contagion? Yeah. Yeah. So, hold on. Well, I mean, Contagion on its own is that great in Act 1. Because hold on here, right? So I have Contagion with no links, and it's only level 4. Let's go to the highest level zone I have access to. Right? And just let me show you Contagion on its own with no support. Right? We just grab one of them, and then we kill that one that has Contagion on it. Oh, I guess the plant sort of does. Okay, we'll just wait. You do have to kill the one that has Contagion on it. Oh wait, never mind. I can't wait. You do have to kill the one that has Contagion on it. Right? Usually you use the second thing to kill that one. But how do I make it die without, like, for demonstration purposes? I need to, like, try and make just that one die. There we go. See how quickly it killed all the rest? There were no plants up there. See how quickly it kills the other stuff? Like, Contagion could just be thrown onto any spell build in existence, because look at what happens. Right? It's just because Contagion has this thing where debuff deals 100% more damage for each time it's spread up to 300%. So Contagion should be in every spell builds in Act 1, even if it's unlinked. It's triple damage, but you have to kill something first, which is generally what ED is for, but ED is very finicky and whatnot and annoying. So if you're leveling some other way, you can just slap an unlinked Contagion down, and as soon as you kill that one mob, just fucking everything dies. Right? It doesn't have to be Essence Drain. And Act 1 doesn't exactly have a lot of pack size. I mean, it does if you do. If I, instead of trying to make sure I demonstrate it properly, you just go, right? You just don't stop, you just run through. Like, you don't kill one pack at a time with Contagion. You kill 3 packs at a time with Contagion, right? That's the deal, right? All of those die, right? Spaghetti. Okay. I can cook spaghetti bolognese, pasta bake, steaks, roasts, all sorts of things. I don't want to cook. That's very different from not being able to. That's very different from not being able to. I learnt to cook relatively decently because it impresses people. And I wanted to do that once upon a time. Oh my god, look at how many fucking...
I have a buyer.
I'm sorry. I'm just logging in to see if I can delete this character. I definitely can. Why would Ange have anything for me? Oh, hey. Okay, sure. I will take 31 divines and some... I don't know, whatever. Where did that come from? Is the generally quality on skill gems going to be bait? It will either be bait or fantastic, and we have absolutely no idea. The fate of that entire ascendancy comes down to what are the alt quality stuff. What are they? What are they? I don't know what they are. The other problem is league starting them. You're going to need GCPs before you even like can use that, right? Damn it, I didn't actually check what it had. Oh, nothing. Oh, I nuded it already. It had like 250 divines just sitting there. Spoiler, you can delete every single one of those characters without looking. Watch the dev interview today. No, I only just started. I do have it open there. We'll probably watch it.
Good news for you.
You're not seeing a legacy tempo or anything? True. And I guess...
We didn't die, but don't worry.
I guess on top of that... Oh, look. Where did those ones come from? Anyway.
It's you.
I guess on top of that, this isn't even the actual standard server, right? Like, this isn't even actual standard server. There's a fixed standard go to purgatory. Yeah. Yeah. So why do I even care? Logging into... Oh, I probably haven't logged in enough. I don't think so. I think I've been forgetting. Watch something every day before you start stream. No, you don't. Do I? What build should I recommend someone trying any PoE for the first time in 0.5? You should specifically ask them what kind of builds they enjoy in other games. And then pick a familiar safe league start that's close-ish to that. Right? Like, at least the same ballpark. Like, do you want to walk up and bonk people with a big stick? Do you enjoy stabbing people fast? That would be quarterstaffs in this instance. Do they like spells? Do they like minions? If they like minions, tell them to play something else. Do they like, you know, like figure out a thing? There's still formal base classes that don't exist, guys. That's insane.
Primal a man torn between two worlds. But our forests have no place for an... Capture him! Cut down the druid!
Alright. After we get to town, I will start up the thing to watch.
Oh, seems Andreas not done with me yet.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad. What? Now I would appreciate it if you could. Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Not natural.
That gallows is gonna get crowded. You weren't paying attention. They only put like however many it was. You have to pick between them down at the bottom. And it just swaps, like witch and sorcerer just swap places. They don't actually add more.
Still waits within.
Not man, not beast, but both. Feels familiar somehow.
Which is an awful UX for new players. New players, it confused the shit out of me for a little while too.
Like meeting an old friend, I can end.
Talk's wasted on ye, you bloody lump.
The earth spits fire!
Alright, I guess I'll just kill all those.
Still breathing. That's a start.
Alright.
Sleep now.
whatever's left of you.
Please come inside.
What totems are you thinking? Ember Fusilade's the one that pops into my head the most, but Spark is pretty safe. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't matter, and we can figure that out later.
Power stalking us out in the Fallen. It moves.
Like there's no, it doesn't matter,
Here's what I've got.
right?
Till next time.
Seems he's the only thing holding this place together.
Legitimately, I think Ice Nova's really good. I don't.
Well, I fear this land's sickness. Bye.
She wears her sorrow like a second skin.
Spark and Bone Storm are the safe chases. Bone Storm's a little. It's really good damage, but I don't know. The clear's not great. Like, look at this. Single target on this one's questionable, but the clear is immediately like safe and pretty good. And Totem will be on Gemling. I was also thinking about that. There's a plan Shaman into Oracle. Almost certainly, right? Your first Ascendancy getting you, what is it, 120 spirit?
Ancient relics,
like that has to be the play.
And land and beast alike.
Because that puts you at 150 spirit with just that, which is 2 totems, which I don't think 2 totems is even really enough. So you're going to want at least 3. So you're going to be wearing a scepter. But then as soon as you can have 3, generally totem builds play really well once you've got 3. I already wanted to try it. Ancestral Bond? Yeah. There's a big one from Palstron's video. I didn't watch the whole thing. Meta reservation's gonna be one of these on this side. There it is. I thought for a second it was one of the meta skills over here, but no, it's this one. I hadn't watched that whole video, so I didn't quite know which one you were talking about, but I knew it would be either here or one of these. Because those are where all of the invocation and meta things are. They're all right there in like this area. I've played this before, so I think it's my build, right? My absolute favorite thing so far is that there is apparently one dude who's going to be charging for his .build code, and I just am so fucking excited to see how poorly that goes for him.
Be still. Swell.
don't know if this is the quickest for like speed running things, but this is like how I use freezing pulse to level every character, even though it's not quite as quick, but I do it because it's safe as fuck. I made the joke that I'll just feature any paywall builds as build of the week, release the file with it. I already said I will. If there was a paywalled build worth having, I'll just duplicate it and give it to everyone. I don't care. The thing is, any creator worth their salt at all, anybody capable of making a build that you might enjoy following will not be paywalling their builds. They won't be. So if there's a paywalled one, it's garbage, I promise. It's garbage. There have been many instances of PoE players doing private and paywalled things, but never, not builds.
Still remember how to fight.
The thing with builds is that there's no real such thing as ownership at all. Right? There's no real such thing as ownership at all. So the moment someone gets access to the file, anyone gets access to the file, they can just create a copy of it and share it. They can even tell everyone this was this was fucking this build from this guy, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's just nothing. There just isn't anything you can do about it. Yeah, okay, look, this might not be the quickest, but it's the one I'm going with. I'm using this shit to level, and it's coming from the same place as when I use Freezing Pulse in PoE 1. Is it the quickest? Probably not. But it's good, and it's safe, and it's easy.
Mud and filth. Aye, this reeks of the
And that's all that matters. Right? Next you're gonna tell me people are putting copies of movies on the internet. Well, I mean, I'll still slap Contagion onto it when I get a third gem.
Another of those things. That's two of them. Can I carry any more?
I wish I knew my way through here without getting lost. Did someone say totem time? Yeah, totem time. Is that about every layout? True.
Rattling bones. You'll not harm another soul. I need more time for that.
Do we have a definitive why totems? I mean, totems look really good. They look really fun. I wanted totems last league, but then they put totems in, and then they said, to spawn a spell totem, you'll have to consume 3 endurance or power charges. And everyone went, actually go fuck yourself, you idiot. Why would we want to do that? And then they fixed that this league.
I'm not ready yet.
So having that fixed, which to be fair should never have done that, it should never have been like that to begin with, but it was. So having that fixed goes a really long way. They once introduce a problem to a working archetype. Step 2, solve that problem. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't even know if I need Contagion, to be honest. You're the best ice stuff. Well, I'm playing ice. I mean, spell damage +1, mana regen rate, and cast speed is an insane thing. That's actually an insane thing. So yeah, I did. But the question is, do I even put a third fucking spell on? I don't think I do. I think I just fucking take more Ice Nova. Because I'm testing this instead of the way everyone else levels. Just like in PoE 1, I just don't like how everyone else levels because I'm bad at the video game, right? Like, I'm bad at the video game. That's why I can't use rolling magma. That's why rolling magma sucks, right? But it doesn't, but it does though. Oh, Konish, how you doing? Okay, but if I was going to do that, how would I level? I would love a clip of you using snipe just once. Pass. Pass. I'm real tempted to just take rapid casting. Honestly, probably just AoE though. I don't actually really need more damage on that. I just need it to... There we go. Cold Sork. Well, the plan is spell totems. But here's the problem with that. Everybody has like... I mean, ED Contagion is really good for Act 1. But if you don't want to do ED Contagion, which I don't, then people have, there's like a bunch of different like, oh, you should do this, these are really good, like grenades are really good and things like that. And they might be right, but I find all of them to be just a little bit too awkward and cumbersome to use. And so I'm just seeing how this goes in Act 1.
Home to magic's most foul.
the answer is it seems to go pretty well.
One less curse upon this land.
I mean, I've had plenty of really good weapons in Act 1 before. This isn't like a... It's not like a, oh no, this is the first time I've ever had a good weapon. No, there's been plenty. Of a single target until I can go totem boy. Yep, that is the like probably like more standard plan. I just didn't. I did a run yesterday. I'm not very good, but plants just didn't really feel very strong in Act 1. I think my issue with plants, and I've played plant builds before. I love cosplay Zyra, but I really think this is when it starts to feel good. And like, by the time I get there, I'm already kind of done. Like, I'm like ready to be spell totem, and I'm probably not going to be plant spell totem, right? Like, probably not. Plant totems suck. Yeah, because they've got like a limit of the amount they have down. And when you can spam 8 totems out and then they like limit themselves, that's just not going to be good.
Out of mana! A twisted mockery of life. I'm not ready yet.
Yo, the staff is great. What the fuck is that? Can I get that ability in just a skill, please? What the fuck?
The rot is cut out, root and stem.
What the fuck was that? I think I need to put that staff down. I bet someone will try Ember Fusillade totem build now. I mean, if I had a totem build already hooked up, I would do that, because it is the one I'm thinking of, right? Okay, I don't really have to take it away. I just take it off my bar. No using that skill. Like, yeah, that's a good staff, but I've had a good staff on good weapons. I know what's going on. Let's get rid of that skill, because that's fucking gross. I don't want to just like 3-tap a boss like that. Let's.
A wild stirs within.
Maybe do, but you can't use it to compare. Yeah, I need to pretend I don't have it. If I do have it, great. But like, I have to pretend I don't have that, right? Ah, there it is.
This being feels ancient.
That's just shotgun. Right. Shall for totems. I mean, if anyone in chat happens to have a totem build that's functioning at all, that could just double check that it actually functions for me, that would be fantastic. I don't need you to do anything except put Ember Fusillade in and see that it stacks up to the amount and just fires them. It doesn't wait for the duration. It should. That's what it should do. I just need to make sure that that function works. That's all.
Wild take you.
Yeah, this is the easiest I've ever killed any of these by a long shot. For Ice Novas, that's the best. It's the best. Like, why would I play? I mean, I guess ED Contagion probably still wins, to be honest, but I don't want to do ED Contagion again. There's benefit not having to engage in meaningful combat. Yeah. That's what I want. I want to do that. Like, it's not my fault. Snap also seems like a strong add for single target. A third button? Where do you even get snap? Where do you even get snap? Oh, that's not till down there. That's only level 14. Level 14 isn't too bad, but that is still like Act 2, right? It's not.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know about spell totems in general, but why have I never made just an Ice Nova build? That seems awesome. What the fuck? I feel like I should have made an Ice Nova build at some point. Oh, I know why. It's because I didn't enjoy playing PoE 2. Never mind. I figured it out.
That'll make 3.
Did the league start already? No. What, like 5-6 days? Something? There's got to be one more dude somewhere. There he is. Just having him chilled is fantastic. Like, am I doing the most damage I could do? No. God, I've made the fight so much easier. All these fights are so much easier.
I'm not ready yet.
I can live with that.
Now, if you still can.
I can live with that. This will be the fourth time we've been baited into thinking. Surely this won't be the fourth time we're gonna get baited into thinking we're gonna have a good time. To be fair, the last 2 times I already suspected I wasn't gonna have a good time. They just kept releasing garbage that didn't look good. This is the first time in a little while that I'm like, oh, it looks good. Wait, they've done things. Wait, I'm excited again, which is very scary.
Remember us when you're famous.
Because the fact that I'm now excited again means I can now be disappointed again. Right? Like, that's what it means. It means you're now in a position to disappoint me again.
Go well. Take a look.
Yeah. 0.5 is the first time I've been back since 0.1. It looks like, oh, okay, hang in there. They've been cooking, right? Right? Like, I want the whole announcement and I'm like, wait,
Stay safe.
wait, are we doing things? Are we doing things? And it looks like we are. It looks like we're doing things.
Here. Good. Now the others.
Whatever hides beneath that hood, time I looked it in the eye.
If it's half as good as it looks like it's gonna be, then we're actually gonna have fun, which, yay.
He's unconscious. Stay safe, if you can.
And please don't break my heart again, right? I'm sure it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good now, right? I'm sure it's gonna be good now.
Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Goodbye.
I heard you had him. What would you like?
The only thing I hope they slip in, just slip it in, before league start is they already gave me a button to press to dodge without sprinting, which is great because I sprint by accident a lot and it results in a lot of my deaths because I don't mean to be sprinting. That's fantastic. Great move. I also kind of need a button that lets me sprint without dodge rolling. Like, just separate those. Those should be 2 different buttons anyway. You've already done half of the work. You've gotten me the roll without sprinting, which is great. Now I would like the sprint without rolling, and I'll just have them as 2 different buttons. I will tap shift to sprint, okay?
Still thrive. The ways
And I will space to dodge.
The Dreok heed her call. Wild spawn.
Oh, regexes, right. I should really have those, eh? I'm going to turn in because life remnants work with totems. That's tempting. I haven't made any proper plans yet. Just launching the interview today? No. In fact, I could probably go ahead and make the game quieter and chuck the interview up. And start listening to that at the same time.
Nature takes what's owed.
Oh, go away. It says limit 1, but I'm pretty sure when you put can't you put like cascade with it and just drop 3 infusions? Mom is what I was thinking. Overabundance isn't really that useful because it's got an actual cooldown on it. I think maybe you need cascade and overabundance to make it have multiple, right? Like, I don't think cascade on its own does anything. Let's find out. Yeah, it replaces it immediately. Looks like. So you need both together to do anything useful. Oh. Oh. Yes. Restoration, cooldown, recovery is what you really need.
I need more time for that. I need more time for that.
Ooh, whoops. Alright, cascade does hurt the single target. That is noticeable. Yeah, I have very good single target on the staffs, but I got a... That's very lucky to have... Oh, I'm not even on the staff. Hold on, that'll help a lot. I got very... Why do I even have that on? Anyway, I got very lucky with the staff and got the freezing shards thing, but it was way too strong, and I was like, I can't use that to like compare whether this is good or not, although I could at least fucking wear the staff, even though I'm not like, I was like, oh, don't use the skill. The skill is way too strong. I'll use it like on the day, obviously, but if I get it, but I don't want to rely on it, right? But you can still have it equipped. Why was I doing that without it equipped? Why was I doing that? I at least put it on.
more time for that.
Yeah, I don't know if I love Cascade on it. It's good if you get it like up against a wall or in a hallway. In shards are OP. Yeah. Anything that's near a wall, they shotgun and explode, and if it's not near a wall, you can just walk real close to it and just hit with 5 projectiles. So like, it doesn't seem that great if you just like pick it up and you're like, oh, I'll just attack stuff over there. It's not that great from over there. But if you just like hit something in front of you, it does a lot of damage. So without like pierce or anything, I wouldn't want to use it to clear. Like it's no good. It's not really great from back here, right? Because it's doing 1/5 the damage if I stand all the way back there. But it's a good single target skill. But getting a decent weapon that also has that skill on it, not super likely. So I just didn't want to use the skill for the little practice run, right? Because I want to know how good these skills are. You can throw Unleash in it too. Nice. Yeah, that was an unlinked one. I want to know how good these skills are in case I don't get them, right?
Quickly! My family has been abducted! That I said.
Okay, so let's have a look-see here. I would like to, good, I did pause it. I'd like to listen to this. We definitely need to hear this. Interesting. Why are you cut off weirdly like that? Huge interview from them. Yep. Well, I will find out now. Let me just rearrange this guy so it fits.
Welcome to Tavern Talk. Thank you for having this conversation with us.
That's pretty quiet, eh? Hold on.
Talking about 0.5, the reveal you guys have showed, and some other things. Today, I don't know the number of the podcasts we're on, but it doesn't really matter. So we're going to get started with some opening questions. So I'll just pass it off to Ghazi to kind of get started with the icebreaker.
How's that?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just start off with obviously 0.5 being the largest patch, quote unquote, ever, right? And just curious about the nerves and excitement of levels of that leading up to the reveal trailer itself.
It was pretty crazy because the development honestly felt very
how about now?
Scattered because they were working on so many things at the same time. Like normally we're working on you know, like there's usually one focus, but because we're working on so many leagues at the same time, it was just really, really hard to bring together. So I would say it's honestly been one of the tougher development cycles in terms of just like getting the studio to be able to handle everything. Because like even just like a review session, we would go through one and have a look at a bunch of stuff and then be like, oh crap, we totally forgot about this total other area. Like honestly, like so many times I'm like, we've forgotten how much content is even in this damn release. We would just miss stuff, and then, you know, so yeah, like it just made it really, 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 really difficult difficult. But also, yeah, when there's so many different scattered things, it is quite stressful because you're like, you just have this feeling of like, am I forgetting something all the time? So yeah, real tough one. But the thing is, like, in the last, having that extra time between the announcement and the release has actually been really, really good because we've kind of getting everything back together again. Like, we can sort of see it as a cohesive thing again. And that's honestly been really, really important, especially for doing an in-game release.
Did there come a point when you guys were developing it where you kind of were like, hey, okay, we have too much on the scale, like this is where we have to stop? Like, because I remember in one of the interviews, Mark was saying he was looking at notes, and you had so many notes that you got to a point where you're like, I don't even remember making these notes. You know, you kept cooking so much.
The problem that we had is that because we wanted to really make sure that the message was like the end game has totally changed, on some level we just had to do sort of everything. So yeah, even though we might have liked to make it smaller, we kind of honestly couldn't. Which isn't to say there wasn't like a bunch of stuff that we didn't end up cutting anyway, but still, it's been we sort of had to do something. And then like it kind of led to this fact that, you know, then we're like a month later than we would hope would be, and that kind of thing as well. So like there's been stuff like that that's kind of definitely been downsides. But overall, I think it is really important because it's just a really important change. Like, it really does very fundamentally change how the in-game feels. And I was even seeing recently, like,
because that's the problem.
There are just a lot of people who they wouldn't play the end game of PoE 2 because it just doesn't have you need something to sort of like give them some direction, and we just didn't have that. And so now I've got people who are like friends, so they've like played through the PoE 2 campaign, but they've never really been an end game player. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, I actually am going to play this, you know, like that's been a thing that I've seen. So it's something that I'm like, that I think was really important to do.
Do you think that that's primarily like the reason they didn't play the in game was because of a level of confusion of like, what do I do next? Or do you feel like you didn't have enough like things in it to make it interesting? Because I remember something you come back to like pretty continually when this point gets brought up is like, if an area feels like too big or like uncomfortable, that a lot of times it's an indicator of not having enough things in it.
I think that can be the case, but I do think in this situation it really was more the direction. Like, you got to the end game before it opens up, and it's like, okay, well now I can just kind of go wherever, right? Like, there wasn't really you do need a quest line, like you do need something there, just to give you some form of understanding what to do. And I find even myself, I'm like way more interested in doing end game stuff right now than I was before. Yeah, like it helps a lot.
Would you say that this is a focus more of the idea of creating a getting off point, or is it more towards just creating a sense of direction? Like, which one matters the most, or is it like a mix of the two?
It really is a mix of the two. Like, both of those things are important. And we did, I think, before we got to developing 050, we were mostly talking in terms of giving people direction. But during 050 timeline, when was it? There was a moment, I can't remember when it was, Mark, but there was some moment where we were kind of like, where we realized like the problem with PoE 2 right now is that you don't know when to stop playing, and therefore you have the situation and people just get like more and more bitter about like the fact that, you know, they're just doing the same thing again. Like, there just wasn't, that getting off point thing was just super important. So that was definitely an 050 time horizon when we realized that. And that's also been one of those things where we sort of somewhat later in development we realized that we had to make the time it took to do the stuff shorter. Like, it getting
is the takeaway right there that people need a time to quit? Because that's not something I've ever really thought of before. Because like the time to quit for me is when you stop having fun, which for PoE 2 has been quite a bit earlier than they would like. But like that's been my thing is just, oh, it's time to quit because I'm not having fun anymore. But Jonathan's there saying like having a time to quit, like a time to finish, is actually like a good thing. Which I just wouldn't have expected, I guess.
Getting longer and longer was actually a problem as well. Like, we actually had something where the amount of time it would take to finish it was too high, and that's even been something we've changed in the last like few weeks even more. So previously we kind of assumed that it would be fine to have like I can't remember the number there was probably like 25 30 maps, something like that, in each of the areas for the individual leagues, and you had to do all of those in order to get all the points for a league tree. And we were kind of like, that seemed fine at first, like we sort of thought that would be okay, but actually the amount of time that an average user takes to do 30 maps is actually quite long. And in practice, when you're playing it, it just kind of felt like there was too much there. So then what we decided to do is make it so that when you kill the Pinnacle boss, you get an extra 6 points. So basically, and you can effectively not do 6 of the maps, and then if you go into the infinite and get more keys and kill it again, you basically get 6 points. So you can effectively complete it 2 ways. You either do all the maps one by one, or you kill the Pinnacle boss more times to get more points that way. And effectively, that means that the time taken to actually do one of those league trees has been reduced. And so we're really focusing on basically just making sure that it doesn't feel like it takes too long to do an individual league. So you can make sure that you the cleanup phase part does not feel annoying.
Sure. We
Yep, sure.
I think we're now at the where I see it discussing with others, but I think I'm the same. Where I'm gonna get to the Pinnacle boss, kill the Pinnacle boss. I'm gonna get fast.
You're kind of cutting out a little bit there. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit on
me as well.
Dude.
Is this better?
Seems better.
Everything working here, testing? Yeah, not sure. Anyway, we're at the point now where when
Can I buy Mark a microphone? I will donate a microphone. I'll make it a USB, a little easy one. You don't have to have a fancy, but just a microphone.
Playing, and I've seen this a few other more high-end players in the office as well. I think we really wanted to get to the point where as a good player, you should think, okay, I'm going to get to the Pinnacle boss, kill the Pinnacle boss for each league, including the Fortress, and then go into the Infinite. There's something about wanting to do that, and when the completion time for everything was so long, there was like, okay, this is starting to feel too grindy, and I want to get out there, I want to get more Pinnacle kills and all of that, and yet I'm feeling like I'm having to... I guess it's that not wanting to have to turtle for too long, that the same thing the original tower mechanic had. And it started to feel that way, where it's like, I want to get out there, but I can't, and I want to move to the next league, but I can't. And so, yeah, it's at this, like, I think the number of towers when we first did the presentation to,
Jonathan needs a mic arm. He holds his mic the whole time. Yeah, but at least he sounds good, right? Like, he sounds, and I don't mean like, ooh, his voice. I just mean like, Mark sounds better than this. That sounds like a webcam mic or maybe a headset mic or something.
Was 8 on the Fortress, and each tower meant every time you killed the Arbiter, you could complete a section of maps. Now it's 5. So like we've been shortening that. And I think the number of maps... I think the total number of maps you have to run to finish the Fortress if you were to just shortest path, then go farm the Infinite, is now like it's probably actually less than if you were to finish the whole Fortress, which is interesting because at first I was like, surely doing the whole Fortress should be less maps total, but actually just due to the fact that you don't have determinism when out there, and you're finding other things, you're on other little kind of effectively side quests, it does end up being that you kind of want it to be less maps overall because you're constantly having to do all these other things while in the Infinite. So it's at this nice fine line now where it is balanced. It's feeling a lot better, whereas like before it was definitely, and immediately from a handful of our staff that were playing, they're just like, holy crap, this is taking forever. So it's in a real good spot. And then, yeah, as Jonathan said, now just even all the leagues have the same thing. So only the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree. It's feeling really good, for sure. And yeah, hopefully we'll have to see, because it's that kind of thing as well, where when you play it a second time, you're going to have a little bit of a different feeling about it. And so we'll have to see how that comes as well once we have another league start at some point.
Is that sort of what...
That's usually how...
Go on, bud. Go on.
I was just going to say, like, yeah, that's kind of like the whole cadence of playing something for the first time, because I think that point 1 was the early access launch was like one of the most exciting things ever. Everything was new. We got to experience everything. The second time we play through it, that's when we go nitpicking. Like, you know what? That area is a little too large, or that issue there. You start being, seeing the downsides of things you got annoyed with on the first playthrough, which was overshadowed by the positive things. I'm just curious if this is the reason you guys kind of want to have both of the last acts coming for 1.0 instead of sooner. Is that the same kind of reasoning there?
It's not. That isn't the reason, although that will be an advantage, I suppose. But the actual reason is just that we think that 1.0 needs to have.
Mark's using this mic. Okay, do you actually know that? Because it sounds like it. It sounds like he's using that.
Something that, you know, like is like there's a lot of people, especially if you're talking about the sort of more casual audience, who the thing they're interested in is campaign stuff, and so by sort of by finishing the campaign in 1.0, those people are just going to be attracted to sort of make that release like a good release. And at the same time, I don't think there's like a lot of risk there for us in terms of like we know how to make an act now, if you know what I mean. Like it's not going to be one of those things where we're like, you know, we have to make sure we're testing this because it's gonna, you know, it's gonna go off the rails or something like that. Like we know we can do it, so therefore we feel quite safe just putting something like that in 1.0. So yeah, that's kind of like ultimately it comes down to that. And also like right now, the other thing as well is like if we hadn't have added the interludes, we'd probably be feeling pretty differently about this. But because we've got the interludes there to kind of mean that you don't have that whole thing which we originally were going to have during the entirety of early access, which is where you'd have to repeat parts of the campaign.
To be fair, and I've said this before, and I don't know if other people feel the same way or not, but the interludes are the best acts they've got. They're the best. I actually fully enjoy the interludes every single time. They're better than every other act.
Because we don't have that, it kind of means that like we don't have that thing dragging us down and making the early access feel worse as well. So, but I think the thing that has been interesting here is like all that sort of campaign replayability stuff as well. That's been something that I'm really hoping that people will see that we've made some pretty big strides there this time as well. Like the replaying thing, the more times you replay it, the more annoying certain things get. And I saw some frickin' short recently that DM made with you like being like, oh yeah, I hit it as soon as Act 3. And actually, that was the moment, by the way, when I saw that. Is like, I'm gonna fix this frickin' lever thing that everyone's complaining about. You know, it's actually so
hell yeah.
You know, because I'm like, I don't want that to be the video that I'm seeing again. You know, that one. So yeah, then that was like one of the few things in the campaign replayability section I patch noted specifically because I was like, people can be happy to see that thing. But there are stuff like that all around the place, right? Like we're improving a bunch of things around, and like then there's just some areas that were there were some areas that were too big and stuff like that, and like sort of annoying layouts. I mean, like just some simple examples is there was like after you kill Viper, there was like a little bit of extra level after killing Viper, and now after you kill Viper, it's like directly onto the exit to the next zone, and it's just stuff like that all over the place that we're doing, you know, just streamlining and smoothing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping Act 3 will feel a lot better now than what it has in the past. Like I think it's a pretty significant improvement. But the other one as well is like, and this one, so I had an interesting experience recently where the build that I was playing was like not good, and it's been a little while since I played a really bad build. And like the monster density and the interludes when your build is bad is actually pretty damn terrible in terms of like the ability to clear through them. Like it was oppressive. And at some point I realized, like I was playing in an area called the Stones of Searle, which is like that one with the standing stones. And I was like,
I don't know
at what point did we get it to the point in the interlude where you no longer have to move? Like you never use movement. Like every single thing you're doing is just attacking. And then because there's so many monsters, like you're just attacking your way from one place to another, and it just like never ever ends. And I'm like, this is actually kind of like this is a grind. Like this is actually not good. Like campaign should not be like this. And so then it sort of forced me to be like, okay, there's some serious issues here. And then we actually found this one's actually a little bit. I don't like fully know that this is why this happened, but I think what happened was that there was some things about the pack density in campaign where we had like the last few areas get to a certain density. What used to be the last few areas being like, you know, the last couple of areas of Act 3, and then some of that stuff kind of continued on like deeper into the campaign than whereas it should have like dialed back again after being higher in those last few areas. And so I think that's probably what happened. But it just meant that some of those areas and but especially interlude just got ridiculous.
No, the interlude
so
was the best.
That's something that I don't think I would have realized if I wasn't playing such a crap build. Because yeah, like, but I suspect that a lot of players are getting that experience. So that's been something I really want to try and address a little bit more. And I think that there's even some of that going on at the start of endgame as well. Like there's a few things there that that if you're got a crap build, like you don't notice it if you don't, if you've got a good build, but if you've got a bad build, it can actually be really oppressive. So like another one recently, I don't know if you want me to talk about this, Mark, about the whole poise thing with powerful bosses. Like, are you good for me to mention that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so here's an example of something. So I was playing something that required freezing. It was the actually it was the werewolf freeze combo, right?
Yes,
and,
terrible early.
I encountered it, but as I said, my build was crap. I was not building it well, and I got to a powerful boss to get the map upgrade, and I was like, okay. Normally, plus 100% life would kind of like, you know, sure, it makes the boss fight twice as longer, but for some reason I was hitting this powerful boss and it made the fight feel like 3 times or worse. Like it was like really, really hard, like way harder than I expected.
Yep.
And it took a little while of asking around to try and find out what was going on here, but effectively, because my DPS was so...
let me guess. Okay, so a few things. Extra boss roll on the map is multiplicative with the effectiveness of it being unique, so 100% more isn't just double life, it's significantly more. Because of that, you affect the thresholds, the ailment thresholds, so it becomes significantly harder to chill and therefore also way harder to freeze, which is what the wolf needs to do. So it isn't that you have to deal with significantly more life, it's that you have to deal with significantly more life while doing significantly less damage.
Dependent on getting the freeze. And we had a thing where when the boss gets life is doubled, effectively the poise thresholds, which we use for calculating, you know, like resistances to things like getting frozen, got doubled as well. It meant that effectively my DPS was getting like, maybe not halved, but you know, something like halved due to the fact that I wasn't getting the freeze. So my damage was half. The monster had double life, so it's effectively taking me 4 times longer to kill this boss than what it would normally take. And I was literally running out of flash charges. And just like not being able to beat this thing. I'm like, I've hit a progress blocker upgrading from like T1 to T2 maps here. Like this is a bad situation. And I'm like, yeah.
Real quick, everything about that is correct. I'm so fucking concerned that this started with. I'm so concerned that started with. It took me a while to ask around and figure out what's happening. Because I knew the answer right away.
Sure, my build's crap and I could fix that, but like why, like my crap build should be able to do this, right? Because this is one of those things where you know, like if you're talking T1 maps, like this is something that an average player should not find as the roadblock, you know. And yeah, so it's like seeing there's still things like this around that we haven't realized, that we just need to uncover and improve. And like this is one of those things where it really is quite context dependent in the situation where you find something like that. You know, and like, and to give you another example of a random one I ran into just yesterday, okay, so the boss in the Bloodwood, I was fighting it, and I was talking to my friend who was sitting next to me, who was, you know, like every weekend, you know, he'll come over and we'll talk about various things, and I'm like, he was like, oh, that boss health bar is really long, and I'm like, well, how long should it be? Like, how long should it take to kill a boss? This kind of thing. This was the conversation. He's like, oh, for this boss, I'd say, because it doesn't have any interesting abilities at all, that it should be a lot shorter. I'm like, this boss does have a bunch of abilities. This is the Devourer. Like, what the hell? And then I realized, hang on a second, the Devourer and the Bloodwood, none of its freaking abilities are working. Like it just sits there and freaking attacks you, and it doesn't like do the moving around thing. I'm like, how did I never notice this before? Like, and like the problem here is like someone who set that area up, they just forgot to put the markers in. This is what I'm assuming, right? I haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming they just forgot to put the markers down that control the place where that boss can move. And like you look at something like that, and you're like, and it's like it's so easy as a higher end player to fail to notice stuff like that, because it's one of those things you only run into when your build is crap and when it's taking you longer and that kind of thing. And so yeah, it's so hard as a developer to notice this stuff, quite frankly. Like, and you just lose sight of it. So yeah, the hope is just that, you know, that we can actually find all this stuff and fix it. Like it does. It just you know, it just takes a lot of iterations to sort of actually end up noticing stuff like that.
So I want to follow up on.
You go with first.
Yeah. I want to follow up on one point you said there, because I'm actually really interested about it, which is you said you realize you had a bad build. right? And then you were feeling swarmed because you got a bad build and you're getting swarmed by mobs, right? So how do you come to the diagnosis of when it's like, okay, my build is bad, but also like part of the problem is I'm getting swarmed, as opposed to like, okay, maybe some of these skills aren't really in the position where we feel like they should be in order to clear the mobs. When do you decide that it's the content is the issue as opposed to the skill you're utilizing?
That's actually a fantastic question.
My first reaction there was to compare effectively default attacks, because so the werewolf build I was using was like shred, and like, yeah, there's stuff that like there's stuff that I should have done for supports in order to make that better and so on. But we just sort of like looking like the first port of call was go to go to designers who know about like the getting the numbers right, and basically say like, is my build okay? Is the numbers right in terms of comparison? Like you just have to get that information right, and like we decided, you know what, like it is like what you've got here with your build isn't good, but in terms of the underlying skills, it is okay. Like the numbers are fine. So like that was an investigation, and then there's the question, okay, like your build is bad, but are your items just bad? And no, your items are fine. It's like, here's a look at your passive tree, and it's like, okay, so my passive tree was like bad in the way that like you could definitely be a lot better, but I was kind of on purpose this time taking a bit more of a defensive approach. Like I was like, if I'm the kind of person who's going to allocate way more defenses and way less damage, and just like sort of see how that goes for me, that was like kind of part of what I was doing there. Okay. So yeah, like I wanted to make sure that it can be okay even in that situation. Yeah, like there's also this other situation where if you're a good player, then because you're hitting the whole screen, like the amount of monster density in a situation like that isn't necessarily, or at least like depending on a build, right? Most builds that are good have some kind of, they've got big AoE clear, right? Like they have the ability, like it doesn't necessarily matter whether there's like 40 monsters on screen or 15 monsters on screen in terms of like their ability to clear that content. So it sort of matters more for a build that doesn't have that as much, which I know.
To be fair, almost the opposite of what he's saying there, I think is true. The more, if your build is good, the more density, the easier it is to clear. Every version of Explosion, every Herald, every Essence Strain Contagion, every thing like that, every ground degen you can put in the ground, all of those things, right? Like the more density, the easier it is to clear.
I wasn't doing as much. So in the situation where you're a character like that, then the only thing the extra monsters are really doing is just giving you more drops in experience. And so we sort of have to make sure that like we're able to make sure that that's not broken. But I do think that we don't need quite the level of spamminess that we had in terms of just like tiresomeness. Like even something as simple as like there's a moment between one fight to the next where your energy shield can recover, like just literally something as simple as that can be like something that can matter a little bit there. Like if it's just absolutely continuous, then there is a problem there, especially during campaign.
One other follow up about this point, then I'll pass it off to Ghazi. As you said, you were kind of purposefully taking a more defensive approach, and I'm kind of curious of what realizations you came to. Like, what was your conclusion about making the building? Like, I'm going to heavily, more focus on defenses this time, as opposed to damage on the tree. Like, what was your experience like with that?
Well, I mean, the thing with defense that's really hard to solve is that it's way harder to appreciate defense when you allocate it than damage. Like it can be quite, like it does save you, but it's really hard to know that. And actually, I've got another thing a little bit with Runic Ward here as well, which I noticed as when I was doing this, which is that so I had some Runic Ward, and Runic Ward obviously you get to one life, and then it saves you and so on. But that's another one of those things that's really hard to appreciate. And I'd look down at my life sometimes, and I'd notice that my Runic Ward was like halfway filled. And I'm like, okay, so at some point there, I would have died, and I just didn't know that. Because like, I'm like flasking or whatever, so I've got like, I've got like a half health at the point where I look. But yet my water's down as well. It's like, I actually didn't appreciate the fact that that ward had saved me. So then I was thinking about this, and I'm like, we actually need something like an audible, like, oh, my ward, I've lost my life, my ward is broken. Like we need some kind of sound to indicate that, to sort of say that like, you actually got to the point where that ward helped you, so you actually can appreciate the fact that the defense worked. But then I was like, hang on a second, why do we not have a sound for energy shield breaking? Like, how have we gotten to this point and we don't have a sound like that? And then I actually looked into it, and it turns out we do have that sound. There is a thing there. It's just that because it happens when you get hit, and because when you're getting...
I'm sorry, there's a sound for energy shield breaking? Has anyone ever heard the sound for energy shield breaking? Ever. Before right now, did anyone know there was one? Because I didn't.
Being hit, there's a lot of sound going on. There's immediately this like the thing where effectively you don't hear it, right? You might as well not hear it. And what we really need is a sound that's more like when you get heavy stunned. There's like, sorry, not when you get heavy stunned. When you heavy stun a monster, there's like sort of sound that's quite distinctive that kind of cuts through everything.
Everyone, including the
that you sort of like learn to hear.
Right.
I really need to sound like that when your energy shield breaks, because that is a moment when you should be thinking, oh shit, like you need that moment. And I think that having that audible sound, like we actually do need to lean into a little bit more of those kind of things. But like there's not like necessarily a realistic sound, but it needs to be a sound that can cut through all the other stuff that you're hearing, so that you just sort of know that you've hit that moment. And that's the kind of thing that can really make you appreciate defensive layers, is like just more of those cues. Now I'm not sure how you do that for something like armor or like things like that. Like there's like evasion, even like ideally you would be able to feel when you had more evasion versus not, and right now you just kind of can't. But I do think that is something that you need to do to make those defenses be more appreciated, because they do work. It's just that you often don't appreciate that they do.
I have a few things on your build, by the way, which I honestly think your passive tree is 100% fine. No. I don't even think it could be that much better. I think it's completely good. Your gear, completely fine. And by the way, and like because I was looking at your character and I was like, when you're clearing, you're quite tanky. It's appreciable. It's fine. And then so I was like, okay, the gear is good. The tree is fine. Like, sure, it could be better, but like, on a level that honestly shouldn't be necessary.
Sure.
I was like, you are defensive. Like when you're playing, your character's not just like, up and down in life all the time. It's like quite consistently, if you're on full life, and it's certainly you have decent armor, decent energy shield. It's working. But yeah, it was interesting. I think you said to me at that point, because I was like telling you, I was like, you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? And then you were like, what did you say? You said, what? Okay, if it's not my character, what do I have to change as a person in order to be able to do this? I was like, well, honestly, the biggest flaw you had was just your support gems. That was the biggest actual issue.
What do I have to change as a person?
But it's like you didn't do the wrong thing.
It's a skill issue. I just get better. This is what I get told when I'm struggling to do things, and I'm like, what do I need to change? They're just like, I don't know, get good. Like, what are you doing? Have you considered doing what you're doing but better?
There, you just didn't do necessarily the right thing. Like, you just did what was intuitive, and so there's some highlighting there, and it's like, because you said you followed the recommended supports for Shred.
So that is the thing that I was doing, yes.
And I was like, you did, but you were also the developer that said what they were, and so you could have made. There's a question of did you make a wrong decision as a player, or did you make a wrong decision as a developer? And there's an interesting thing there of trying to assess which of those went wrong. And so then it's kind of like, okay, sure, those fixed and made it a bit better, but we did make a pretty hyperactive set of changes based on your play experience, because when you were like, yeah, what do I have to change as a person? It's kind of like, well, honestly, you should be able to kill this boss. You should be able to get further, and this is too hard and isn't working correctly. And then there were a number of encounters, and it was actually quite interesting to because I just watched you play for like 4 hours, and I was just like writing stuff down the whole time of just like, because it is true. I don't have a relatable personal experience to what was happening there. Like, I would normally be in a substantially better position to just have a bit either via more planning or again, I don't put in the wrong supports. I even when you were like, what are the right supports? I was like, oh, just search for this, and then it's like, how do you even know to look for that if you didn't know to look for that? So there's a bunch of interesting things here where it identifies. When you are watching someone with a bad build, be it an in-game or IRL one, I guess, I can't really, you kind of like, what's actually wrong here? And it is true that it is quite hard to relate with, especially on like a personal level. So I'm quite good at, when I observe, I'm quite good at seeing things that people often don't see as well. And but yeah, it's been a really fun amount of like really looking at the early in-game, really iterating on it. And I've had the same from a bunch of other developers as well, a bunch of the designers that Jonathan's also been talking to, where they're just like, it's been really fun just getting like, here's the list of problems every day that Jonathan's run into, and then just iterating on them. And they're all so fundamental. They're all like, and I think this is something I want to stress, and goes back to, it's something I mentioned to Ziggy as well, with respect to like even just the defenses on the tree. Like there's just fundamentally missing things. Like, and this is a really important thing that, you know, I would say the endgame not having goals is a fundamental problem, but I would go as far as the things like the balance go, the basics, the life, the poi, all that thing that Jonathan was talking about. We honestly haven't hit the fundamentals, and this is why, and in the monster density, and this is why it's really important between 050 and release, that we're not like adding, and we can actually go, okay, like we need to just make the baseline actually the quality it needs to be.
Cool.
And it's really, really hard to do that when you're
I
making
like that.
what we just did for 050. Like, you'll notice it's, I don't want to say it's void of balance changes, of course, but it doesn't reach the standards of probably what people expect. And that's just because we were making all the new stuff. So hopefully now with everything, filled everything in, we actually get to go back and assess all of those fundamentals about the passive tree. You start with the really core things, the base skills, the base passive tree. They're like, you know, you don't get into too much of the nitty gritty straight away and all the multipliers and combo pieces that come together of what makes a build crazy. It's like really that baseline, life of monsters, damage of monsters, defenses of the player, and via the passive tree, base items. Like, I honestly think that the base items of, like, say, weapons aren't in a good enough spot. There's just a bunch of implicits that a weapon has an implicit and its damage is penalized, and the implicit is just trash. And it's like, why is this even here? It's not interesting. It's not fun. It's just a bad weapon to find. And there's still a bunch of that. And it's just like, that's our lowest level thing. Like, everything else is built on top of that, and we haven't even got that base thing entirely perfect yet. So we have a bit of a plan, and we're going to go a bit feral with it. But I really just want to make sure, we're addressing all of these fundamentals now that we've got, which hopefully will make, you know, I don't think Jonathan should have to change much. I think the balance is just wrong. And I think that he should be able to kill that boss, and now he can, by the way, just to be clear. We did address that immediately. But it's like, it seems like such an obvious thing, and it's like, how the hell have you not done this? But just because we've been producing so much content, like, and I don't even just mean for this patch, it's just been like crazy developing this game, the amount of stuff we're making. It's really hard to actually go, okay, now let's get it to the right spot. And a lot of people compare it to a lot of people compare it to PoE1, and they're like, yeah, but the PoE1 tree has this and this and this, and, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, I remember iterating on that for like 8 years personally. So it's like, you know, there's a bit of a time disparity here, like with our new philosophy. So we will be able to do it. We'll be able to do it pretty quickly. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years, and we'll be able to get a hell of a way towards perfection, I would say. That balance is ever perfect, as I like to say. But yeah, we're definitely, it's going to be bloody nice now that we've got this absolute behemoth of a patch, you know, coming to a conclusion. Not to say there won't still be stuff to fix around that, but that's part of that as well, to be able to actually go and look at, okay, let's figure out what kind of person, what kind of build, what kind of character actually should be able to get to what point of the end game, the campaign, etc. Like, what are the mistakes people are making?
Okay.
What is the flaws in their builds that shouldn't be flaws? Be it the recommended gems, be it the base skill damage, be it itemization.
To be fair, the recommended gems on an absolute ton of skills are fucking wrong. They're just horrible.
Passive tree, everything, and just getting all of that as refined as possible, which is exciting, by the way, because I find that stuff to be some of the more fun work. So it's kind of,
what's the
you know,
go on, Gazi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, listening to the both of you talking about this, it's obviously we're expecting this, but it really sounds like there's a ton of minor adjustments from the veterans players perspective, but might be large changes for newer players perspective that is coming to the 0.5 update that is not necessarily in the patch notes. Something I was really curious about to hear from both of you was, what portion of this update do you guys predict to, like, make the largest beneficial impact for the player's experience? Because we heard from Jonathan talking about his situation there. Are we talking about changes in that sense, in the campaign playthrough, or are we talking about the Infinite Atlas? I just want to hear your thoughts on your prediction on the most beneficial impact for new player experience.
If you're talking about just for new players, I definitely think that it's going to be the sort of early, like the early end game, yeah, like monster density, like things around there, like, and yeah, like late campaign, early in game monster density, things like, you know, just, I mean, we were just talking today. Okay, so here's another random example of a thing that we want to try and do. I hope it'll get an 050, but I think it's going to be a big deal, which is that, like, there's another one of those realizations of, like, you know, I'm fighting a rare, it's got like a shit ton of mods on it, and I'm like, if I just stop like fighting for a second here, just like put on God mode and just watch this rare, like I'm just going to look at what this rare is doing right now, if I'm not killing it. And there is a fucking endless amount of bullshit spewing forth from this rare. And I'm like,
Yeah,
there
sure.
actually is no capability to have any gameplay, like counterplay to this thing beyond just tanking it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really able to dodge it. There's so much crap coming out of this thing that, like, effectively my defenses have to be good enough, and there's really nothing else that I would be able to do about it. And like his essence monsters in particular, I believe it was an essence monster that I was looking at the time, and you know, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, we need to do something here, right? Like, it shouldn't be that when you get a bunch of these mods on there that so right now, there's all the different effects that can happen. So we call them daemons. They're like the things that that sit there and cast, like, you know, like when you get like the circles of lightning damage or whatever the hell it is, you know, just like various things like that trigger from a rare. Like, every time you add one of those, it doesn't like slow down the rate of the others, and that's like a thing we want to do, effectively make it so that the more of those that go on the monster, like, it doesn't, it's not that it like that it casts the same number of them as what it normally casts. Like, we would have to increase, but it shouldn't increase where like you get 2 mods and now it's double the number of those effects, because otherwise there's just no ability to get any kind of counterplay with that. So we need some kind of thing that can control, like, when lots of mods go on a rare, that it doesn't just turn into an absolute shit fest of like random spam. And so like this is another kind of one of those like fundamental things to identify. And like we'll try to get that info 050, but I think that one of those things is those are the kind of things that I really do think affect new players, because there is a level beyond which of like screen like covering crap that you just kind of give up on it, and now it's like, yeah, it really is just a build check. Like, I'm not going to dodge this, I'm not going to actually try to even do that. It's like, so now my build just has to be able to tank it, or that's it. So that's once again another thing another one of those fundamentals like that.
This came up a while back. This came up a while back for essences more so, because again, it is a thing then veteran players are noticing a lot more, where they're like, okay, especially that Silent Caverns, I think it is, unique map, right? And you're like, okay, there's now, you know, this one monster with 6 essences, and we're like, yeah, what we should be doing is implementing like a system where there's like, you know, one or two of the daemons, as Jonathan explained it, one of the kind of more hidden skills that are outputting, the effects that are going on, they occur on a specific cooldown, and the more there are, the longer the cooldown is, and there's some whole system for it that we wanted to do. But like, that was an example of where we checked the, you know, obviously the more extreme case, but then if you actually just come back to fundamental monster mods, like it's even a monster that only has 4 mods, for example, and 3 of them happen to be something where it's like just spamming a bunch of stuff. And the other thing is each of those just has their own independent cooldown. And so the monster, and let's say it happened to get 3, and each of those cooldowns is, say, 10 seconds. Well, it's going to do all 3, and then wait 10 seconds, and then do all 3, and then wait 10 seconds. So that gets a different thing, where at least you get the wait. But if it happened to be that, let's say there was a 5, a 10, and a 15-second cooldown, or some numbers like that, it's all of a sudden now it's like just skill, and then you're like, okay, well, when do I actually get to DPS? So it kind of varies a bit, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's also just resulting in a bunch.
I'm so far in love with this interview, because these are that is legitimately the experience. Okay, when is my turn? Like, what am I doing here? Like, when do I get a shot to make a move here? Like, I've had that before a bunch of times. I'm just like, when do I have a turn? Like, do I just keep running?
Balance restored.
Bunch of just spam all over your screen, and it gets so much worse at the high end. Like, to the point where, and this is part of what contributes to the, like, as you said, you just need to be able to survive it, and if you can't, and it results in these things where like I died to something, there was effects everywhere, and now I'm dead. Something happened. But honestly, again, that's just because okay, we're talking about 3 or 4 mods. Well, you can get more than that. So obviously, right? And so all of a sudden now you've just got this barrage of onslaught of emissive, you know, flashbangs going on your screen, and hopefully you survive. So it is a problem, but it's one of those things where it's
like, how many people in chat right now have done that exact thing that's being talked about that I've also done? Okay, I guess this part of this map or this whole map belongs to that guy now, and you just leave because you're like, I can't, or you just die and you just like, oh, that map belongs to him now. That's his map. That's not my map. I don't get a shot here. Bye.
really easy to look at the extreme cases and just be like, obviously we need to address this. And when we come up with some plan, and then you kind of go, well, it is affecting only the top end, you know, so is it as important as these other fundamentals? But then you actually go, okay, let's look at this problem from not the top end perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely still a problem. And so that's a good one to get highlighted, and then you can address it, and it turns out it just fixes it for everyone. So yeah, we're hoping to even do something about that this week specifically.
On the same topic of that, is like, here's another one I just happened to notice recently as well, which was that, like, I was playing some maps and I realized, hang on a minute, I feel like in the last 10 maps I've run, every single one of them had a mod in it that caused cursors to be going off. Every single one of them.
Fucking hate
and I'm like, so that just means that your entire experience of the map, even when you're not fighting anything, there's just like circles appearing on the screen all the time. I'm like, and so I asked someone about this, and they were like, oh yeah, the reason for that is because there's a bunch of curse mods, but because they're all weighted the same as all the normal mods, it means that like the overall weighting of just any curse, if you look at it that way, is very high. And so the answer is just divide all the weightings of those curse mods so they're just less common, right? So now you don't have that thing, because like I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be that every freaking map you're running has got these circles appearing like that. So like there's just stuff like that. Like it's just there's just lots of little things like that, but I don't know why it's like it can be hard to notice that stuff unless you're really thinking about it. And like when you're going in with the mindset of like, okay, like what are we doing to reduce the spam? Like when you're actually playing, you have to, and it takes a little while of appreciating it as you go through of like, what is actually the cause here? Yeah, like there's a lot of things we can still do. So yeah, that is a bit of a kick that we're on right now, is the like try to reduce the spam a little bit. You know, ideally without sort of hurting the top end cases where people want to make.
I don't want to be complaining too much, because this patch does look really, really good, and this whole thing also sounds great. These are all changes and problems that I have experienced, and I'm very happy about all of it. Nothing here is a surprise. We all knew all of these things. Like, these are all not things that take a long time to work out. These are things you work out the day you start mapping. I'm concerned about that. The first time you're mapping, you're like, yeah, these are very obviously problems. And that just concerns me, because I'm like, but they're not hidden, hard to find problems. Like they're obvious, immediate problems that we find on day one. Like this shouldn't be epiphanies, is what I'm saying. Like, it's fine that you haven't gotten to them yet, or that we're only addressing them now, or like there's a lot to do, you're doing tons of stuff. These shouldn't be epiphanies, they shouldn't be surprises. That worries me.
Make sure that they're getting the monsters that they need and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that part of what also brought it to a head a little bit is that because the tree adds so much now, we have to be really careful with the with the stuff, because it can get out of hand pretty quick. So that's something that we have to care a lot about.
We've definitely had to reevaluate what our base levels are versus what our, you know, without like really going, okay, we just want everything to be, you know, meh. You know, like we still want the excitement, you still want the thing where you can spec into all these things and create these crazy situations to happen. But yeah, with the tree being a lot larger and the Atlas Master system and all of this, it's like we've certainly had to reevaluate the base simply for that, just from a like, okay, if we had just kept the same base and added all that, then all the investment would end up having to be quite low. because you just can't have every single map being an absolute clusterfuck. So, you know, reevaluating all of that is also helping, honestly, with that just onboarding into maps thing anyway, where you're not just like overwhelmed with like 8 things going on that you haven't even seen before. Like, what the fuck is even happening? Like, what's this purple thing here, and this blue thing here, and this green thing here, and this yellow thing here, and you're like, you know, you don't even know what they are because nothing's told you what they are necessarily. So, yeah, I think going back to your actual question you had, which was the onboarding for new players, even though it's weird to think about new players in the case of endgame, but our hope is that they can get there. What I did see, and I've seen this with personal friends, even my brother and stuff, they got to endgame. He's like, I don't know, I just ran a couple maps and now I'm done. I guess I'm finished. So I'm hoping that they get there and stick it out and actually have that goal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't immediately run into brick walls, and can actually play through and finish the campaign. Finish the end game as if it was just a continuance of the campaign, honestly. Like, there kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a like break in the story necessarily so much, where they can just be perceived as the same thing ultimately.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the topics we wanted to cover in this interview was about the Fortress and Endgame Atlas. And one of the initial questions we had there is to talk about the Fortress. You talk about onboarding people to the endgame, right? And the fortress itself, it has its areas inside the fortress. They're sort of pre-juiced, and the fortress is required for gaining your Atlas passive points, and also has some Pinnacle bosses in it. Like, is this area what you envision players to head to first when they go out there, clear it out in its entirety, then go out to engage with league mechanics? Or is it intended to be your sort of first endgame focused type of content, but you can deviate away from it? And the follow-up to this would be, is this supposed to be an extension of the campaign to be sort of a tutorial of the endgame before people are expected to go to the Infinite Atlas?
Well, there's a few things going on here. So number one is I do expect that the Fortress is going to be the first in-game system that people engage with. It doesn't have to be, but I think that it will be. And that's seen by the fact that it's the first quest we give you, and it's kind of like the largest visible thing going on, right? Sure. So the very first thing you get is like there's a tower that pops out, and Duyani's like, hey, go do that, and that's like 3 maps away, right? So like it's guaranteed the tower is the 3rd map that you do, assuming that you head in that direction. And then it's like 3 or maybe 4 maps more than that until you get into the fortress. So like it's pretty, you know, like we're onboarding you pretty easily into that thing. So I suspect a lot of people do that. And yes, the pre-juicing is definitely a nice thing, because
rush to the sea.
The nice thing we get to do there, by the way, is that so in the fortress, like it's not most of the maps, but it's like a very large percentage of them, because you can pick where you go. Like you effectively get like pre-juiced maps. But the nice thing is it's like 1 mechanic at a time. Like when you get those mechanics in those maps, it's like because it's at the start. You know, you have an allocated Atlas point, so it's not happening all the time. You get a situation, you get to experience the feeling of like, okay, here's what it would be like if I like had a bunch of wisps, and here's what it would be like if I had a bunch of strongbox, and that kind of thing. You get to sort of experience that right away. But yeah, as I said, 1 at a time. And then as you go through the fortress, you're obviously adding more of that content that once you've experienced it to your maps, you get to kind of like juice it more yourself. And so by the time you're done with the fortress, you know, you're going to have like, you know, the not necessarily, probably not the full Atlas tree, because I don't think that you're going to just grind out every single map in the fortress. I expect the much more likely situation is that you pick a path.
That's the first time I've seen that name. Hold on. I got a message, Dreadful. What the fuck are you playing? What the fuck are you playing? Purple nerds up my ass. What build is that? I'm sorry for the side tangent, I just need to know.
Through the fortress that gets you to the quest goals, you allocate I don't know what it would be, like what do you reckon the percentage of the tree you'd probably allocate, Mark, and by the time you level up and everything, it might be like 1/3 of it or something, like maybe like something along those lines. You probably get like a 1/3 of it if as you make your way to the you know, maybe half. It sort of depends on like how long it's taking you to get up those map tiers and so on, but I'd say 1/3 is kind of
half was more what I was thinking, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, like sort of half to 1/3, the third half, something like that of the tree. Before we get to that, and so by the time you got to that point, you know, you're sort of ready to be able to go and do all the other objectives. And I sort of suspect that that'll be like most people's general experience, and that's not supposed to take too long. It's supposed to be, you know, like a relatively.
How do I equip Herald of Thunder in my Sork build? I've got some bad news. Heralds are martial weapons only. You have to be wearing a martial weapon, and they also only proc off attacks. All of them, which is crazy, by the way. That Herald of Ice doesn't work with spells is crazy and also a little bit upsetting, but it is what it is.
Like achievable goal, and yes, it is effectively tutorializing the endgame as well, because then you've got the quest version of the Pinnacle, you know, like you know, the which is hard, don't get me wrong, it's not easy, but like definitely not, but it's like, you know, it's something that you would expect someone to be able to do if they're, you know, taking it somewhat reasonably.
Damn it.
So yeah, like it is something that probably would expect you to do. Now you can go and do the other quest lines if you want, but the one thing you will run into is that you're not allowed to do I believe the lieutenants, whatever this kind of like the pre-Pinnacle is, before you've got to map tier, it's 11 I believe, Mark, is that correct?
Surely it's 14.
Like map tier 11 is what you have to do the lieutenants at?
Surely.
Generally 14.
Yeah, okay.
14, sorry, 14, so. Yes, that's right. So you map tier 14. So what that means is that if you do that as your first one, and you're a new player, so you don't know how to go through the tiers quickly, it's possible that you'd run into that bottleneck at some point if you just did one of the league trees first, and then have to sort of tear up before you went on. Whereas if you do the fortress first, you're obviously going to be T16, or T15 probably, I suppose, if you're not doing the corrupted stuff, and so therefore you're going to have the maps that you need to be able to do those other ones, like all the way to the end very quickly. So yeah, I'd expect most people to do Fortress first, in most cases.
Part of the reason for that T14 thing, because I suspect it'll come up and people might be like, why is this gated behind a level? Like, why is it? Like, let me just do it. Is that we don't want the Pinnacles. So obviously there's a quest version and a non-quest version, right? The non-quest is harder, that's what you do afterwards. Drops better loot, right? That's the quest version, where it still drops loot. It's not just given nothing. It is still a fixed level, and we wanted all the Pinnacles to be at the Pinnacle, right? Around tier 15, tier 16 difficulty, right? So you'll generally find they're about level 79, whereas the farm ones are like level 82. Now that doesn't mean a lot, but it's just, you know, obviously item level of drops, and then obviously, you know, whatever custom difficulty we want to do at those level thresholds. However, because often the Pinnacles are not using traditional Waystones, as in they don't have a tier on them, we have to gate the thing directly before them to be the difficulty that is the closest. Like, for example, let's say you got to tier 11 maps, you killed say Tulanesh, and then you got the Twisted Domain key, and so tier 11, and then you're jumping to level 79. Like, the difficulty jump is just going to be insane. And so it's like, well, you know, I'd rather gate that boss to be literally just one step before the Twisted Domain, so that if you do it, you earn the key, you're probably ready to do it. Like, you don't have to, like, now go and waste your key and go, okay, that was impossible, what the hell was that?
I mean, that's good also.
People will often probably run into this block, but it is important that when they kill those penultimate bosses, that they are probably ready then. That is their proving grounds to say, okay, you can try the Pinnacle now. And if we have...
I haven't updated that build command because I don't know what the hell build I'm going to be playing, but probably a totem build of some kind. And probably an Oracle totem build to start with. Although I have a really strong suspicion that I'll want to be a Gemling Legionnaire, but it depends.
Have those be too early, yeah, people are just going to be like, okay, what the hell, this difficulty jump is out of control. And then they'll fail, they have to go do a bunch of stuff, it'll feel bad, or they might just be like, nice balance, you know, thumbs down. You know, it's... I think that the lesser evil is definitely to have the gate. There are a few other ways to do this, but the other thing I didn't want to do is have it that let's say you did them in a different order. Like, let's say you, let's say it was tier 11, as we said, the restriction on Tulanesh. If you then, and let's say Twisted Domain was T12 difficulty instead of the 14 and 15 that I have from that. If you did it breach first and did it naturally, it'd probably feel fine. Now, if you go and do the whole fortress, you get all the way to T15, you kill the Arbiter, you do that whole quest line, and then you go and do breach, well, now it's just tier 11 and tier 12, and you're going to be like, well, that was a joke. What the hell was that? And so that also doesn't feel good. And then the farm version's obviously high level, and so I think that's also bad as well. So it's just giving a bit of background as to why I want to make sure the penultimates are T14 and the ultimates are around, and the quest ultimates are 15, and then the farm ones are a few levels higher. And there are, I understand there's a few different things you could do here. You could be like, oh, as you complete each, the other ones level up, and as you know, there's all this kind of stuff, but I don't really love doing that. I think it's quite fun to just get to that boss. You get to literally the pre-capstone of the league, and it's like, all right, now get to tier 14, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm going to go do that. When I come back, I'm going to come back and mess it up and hopefully get my loot, or, you know, whatever, or just fail, whatever the case is. But hopefully you get to kill it and get your loot. But yeah, I don't know. It worked out, but yeah, I understand. It's been a bit of a conversation in the office where people have wanted it one way over the other and been a bit back and forth about it, and had the levels based on the distance from the start and all kinds. And I just think that what we've landed on is certainly the best situation we have of all. But I suspect it's a question that's going to come up. So I thought clarifying it might be a little bit useful.
Did you guys do any changes to the earlier levels of the Waystones? Because I know in one video, there was a video I was watching where a guy was mapping out and saying the earlier tiers of the Waystones are higher levels now, etc. How do you feel about the earlier level curve of the Waystones? Has that been fundamentally changed though, or are you guys okay with the positioning of it currently?
As in level 65, then 6 and 7, then 8?
Yeah, exactly.
Currently the same.
There were some changes to monster effectiveness that happened.
I mean, again, we've done balance all over the place. So it's what do the numbers even mean is kind of a question in itself, you know, in general, I think a common problem people had is that the difficulty difference between the maps wasn't significant enough. And so it was you just kind of just climb and climb and climb.
Right. Yeah.
We've done some changes around that. We went very extreme at the start of this development cycle, and we've now come back on it substantially. Not to say there isn't still a larger difference than what's currently on live. So yes, the difference between a T1 and 15 on live is less than the difference that will be in 050. As in it gets harder as you climb the progression.
Right.
That being said, a lot of that was also done through, because we've changed what the map mods give as well. So they have, I can't remember what the exact bonuses are now, but for example, a subset of the mods do grant effectiveness. So, you know, quant and life and XP. And then, but what we tried to do is that every single mod on a map was something you actually were like, oh yeah, okay, this is rewarding, I want this. Whereas there were some that were a bit hit and miss before, for sure. So we've tried to do that, and so we've changed some of the outcomes given, but just now by rolling...
Surprisingly, one of the more interesting things that they've done in endgame right there is this, changing all the map mod stuff. This is very interesting and may lead to some relatively complicated regexes to roll correct maps, but I'm interested.
Mods on maps, you'll notice that things, because of the effectiveness, for example, that monsters can get harder, but at least then you can kind of control it, which is better than just, okay, we've moved the brick wall from here to here or whatever, you know. It's not a great change that we made, but yeah, I would say it's not too far off what it was at a baseline level, but again, that's where also then ideally when we do have things like difficulty curves like that, it's something that's in the player's control, not you know, otherwise, again, let's say Jonathan's build here, he's like, okay, I'm struggling in very early Waystones, but and I raised the question to him, I was like, okay, but let's say we did this change here. It sounds good, you'll get to your tier 3 or 4, maybe 5 maps, but then you're going to hit a wall there as well, right? So it's about making sure that we do changes that aren't just okay, you know,
sure,
you're going to quit 30 minutes later instead. Or, you know, you'll quit the next day instead of the day before. Technically, that's better, I guess, but it's still bad. So, you know, but it's I know that there's a lot of people who really wanted it to be that the difference in difficulty in tiers is quite significant. There's a bunch of people who don't necessarily. We tried it. It wasn't good. So having it more as you get more of the tree, more multi-choice, you get the Atlas Masters, and that being fully like agency controlled is definitely a better world than just like inherently every tier is significantly harder than the last, or some sort of more extreme jump like that. So anyway, let's try it and test it.
Let's talk about the Atlas Masters then, because I'm very curious. There's two fundamental changes with the Atlas tree currently coming up in 0.5, one of which is you can basically max out the entirety of the tree. I know there's notables you can change, and that's kind of how you're doing the player agency on the Atlas tree, but also the Atlas Masters are the other, like, fundamentally new, and you call them, like, Ascendancy classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So what are the Masters enabling you to be able to do that was something you couldn't, like, be able to put on the tree? Like, why Atlas Masters, and what is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important to talk about with that is that why the old tree was a concern. So effectively, the old tree wasn't allowed to have anything on it that could affect...
1 second, they get very excited. Not even a real reason for that, just heard other dogs barking, must join in the symphony. Which I guess isn't a real enough reason.
Content that you could see that you were going to get in advance. And the reason for that is because you'd just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where you know, like you didn't feel like you needed to make those changes all the time. And yeah, the only way we'd able to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses we could give. And then originally what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't require like so much cognitive overload in terms of doing it. Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay, so the important thing to respec was like, you know, like various more sort of keystone-y type things. Like there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got like effectively like a nice little menu on the side of the thing of like what one of these do you want to be playing under. And then after that we were like, okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1 you've got like the 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree, and I've never kind of liked that because like I don't know, like how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff. It's like it feels like it's adding even more complexity. So
I feel like
then I was like, okay,
4 more.
Is there a way that we can get the idea of having 3 specs, but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic and cool? And so then the idea of like, well, what if each spec was like a character, and they're like, you know, like this is the stuff that they're, you know, that they're doing, and then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got just, it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then, funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you know, the way that you can select a thing when you run a map.
Sure. The influences.
Yes, anyway,
is that, are we talking about influences?
Yeah, like it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that. And
okay, this is really interesting, but I'm pretty sure he's given me the please take me out to the toilet thing, now that he's been awoken from his slumber. For anyone who doesn't know, exclamation mark doggo, we have a beagle who is caged in a crate for a minimum of 6 weeks following the vet's instructions, and he is generally not pleased about it, although he has been quite good today. But he is generally not pleased about it because he's a beagle. He wants to be out. He wants to be energetic and social, and he has to be crate locked. But it also means that when it's time to bring him to the toilet, when he needs to go to the bathroom, it's like a whole thing. You have to get rid of the other dogs because he's not allowed to directly interact with them, lock them in a room, and then come back, put his lead on, or his harness on, take him out manually, bring him back, put him back in his cage, and then get the other dogs and bring them back, which is a whole fucking thing. It's time consuming and a little bit annoying, but this is what the vet said I had to do, so we'll do what the vet says. But it means I will be a moment. He was such a good boy. He was so well behaved. He even walked directly back into the crate after being outside. Normally it's a struggle to get him back in. What a good boy. Okay, let's keep going.
Because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content, this is the master that I'm using. When I'm running that content, this is the master I'm using, and you kind of like decide those kind of choices up front, and then it's just like one click to change between them. So now then, yeah, we put all those bonuses of like, and even in this case, we're even experimenting with having bonuses that are going to apply to the league that we're actually running right now. So there are bonuses that apply to the Runes of Alder on there, and like we feel like it's okay to do that when it's like the sort of separate thing that's on the these masters, where we didn't feel like we were comfortable doing that on the Atlas tree before. So yeah, I don't know, like it's a different context of delivery that allows us to do a certain thing, and in this case the particular thing that it is yeah, like content that responds to like things that respond to things that you can see that are going to happen. So like I see that I'm going to run this type of map, it's going to have this.
I could be wrong, but isn't Mark supposed to be like a really good player? Yes, Mark is like quite good. Like, I mean, he's probably not like winning first place in the gauntlet or anything, but if he wanted to, he'd be competing. I mean, there's only one person winning first place. He'd be competing for second. With the rest of all the normal people. Right? There's only one person winning. He'd be competing for second, like everyone else is.
This type of content, and I select this master, which is going to synergize with that.
Okay. The league mechanic trees, when I was watching the review, one bit of confusion. Like, I know I at least myself was confused about this, so I was hoping some clarity. Are you actually able to max out the entirety of each one of the league trees? Okay, so what was the decision behind we wanted to make where you max out the trees and entirely also in the league mechanic portion of it?
So I mean, it's the same exact argument for the regular tree, right? Like it's we just think that it's important that for the types of bonuses that we can do, it means that we can do a bonus like, now when you kill this boss, it's going to have these additional, these additional features or drops, something like that. There's like stuff like that you just wouldn't be able to do normally, because you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to have that allocated when I'm doing this content because I instead have this other thing. If you allocate all of them, we could just do those types of bonuses, and I think it just makes them more interesting. But yeah, so then once again, you've got the multi-choice nodes that are there to control the like, do I want to have this league be like this or like that? The multi-choice nodes effectively serve as those decision points.
For example, there, by the way, like you can have a node that specifically enhances the difficulty and or drops of the Pinnacle boss for that league. You can have one that applies to the lieutenant. You can have, and so yes, before obviously you'd have to then go, I'm about to do the Pinnacle boss, or you save up a bunch of keys and then you allocate those nodes and then run them all, and then you unallocate those nodes when you go back to farming. So even with that, but the different variety of bonuses we're allowed to have invested into, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty awesome where you can be like, okay, I mean, there is the sense of ordering as you're like filling in the tree where you're like, okay, am I going to invest in this now or this later? Obviously, you're generally not going to invest in the Pinnacle boss when you're like, first starting out. Not that it's at the start of the tree anyway. And so, yeah, you're generally going to want to spec into that stuff later regardless. And often in those cases, it's even blocked behind killing the Pinnacle boss to start with, where it's like, okay, I can't allocate these until I kill the Pinnacle for the first time. And then you can go and fill them in, and then when you do the farm, you get the full loot. But it does create this just like really cool sense of progression of like, you're just like really evolving the loot.
Character, is there a secret setting? We used to have to ramp our attack speed right up. I think they fixed that. You have to disable shield charge or whirling blades because it thinks for some reason that you're using that to proc it. And then you have to go to the lancing steel and change it to all projectiles hit instead of single projectile. And that should fix it.
And
to be clear, the cooldown is applying. It seems like it isn't, because it's the attack speed, attacks per second, so the ability to proc it faster, that isn't applying.
It kind of isn't really a wrong choice. You're not like so scared about whether or not you're allocating A or B and whether or not it's going to be the right thing. And so you can just do it with a lot more freedom, a lot less like, you know, fear of missing out of something. You can, but there's still a little bit of that like thinking about the choice and the ordering and which way you're getting it. But it just feels so much less complicated and something you can just fuck up. Of course, you know, that raised the concern, and Jonathan mentioned it, where you then lose your build per se. And this is something we've talked about a little bit, but like this is where the Atlas Master circles in. It's like, we need a system that is your build, but we need that to not be like 150 passives, you know. It needs to be something quite clean like an Ascendancy class, hence kind of Atlas class. It's like, here's your N points you get on a quite small tree, and it's effectively like, okay, as he said, is boiling down the actual key decisions of how things behave, like meta level decisions, as opposed to just like X% increased something. It's just like a little bit of thing. It's like very game changing, like, you know, enables a mechanic or disables another, gives you, you know, as I said, things that reduce the number of revives you have but increase the loot. And it's like, oh, do I want to risk that? You know, it's like much more meaningful decisions all over the Atlas Masters. And because we can have multiple, because you can turn them off and enable them at will, and because it's not like just giant tree of overwhelmingness, it's quite easy to go, okay, I understand what this is going to do. I understand I can try it. I can just turn it off. I don't need to have like multiple respec systems in order to do it, be it gold or some orb. And then I can just go and change it. And then maybe when I'm ready later, I'll turn it on again. But the other thing it allows, and I like this, which is, of course, it allows us to make new ones in the future. If we have new characters and new Atlas Masters, maybe we sub one out, add another, you know, you never know how these things go. Maybe we do a thing where we, you know, move what's on class A onto class B and some of B onto C, and, you know, you create different combinations of the classes and what they specialize in. Obviously still remaining thematic, because that's a thing that we want to stay bound to. And so there's a lot more like flexibility here in terms of changing, removing, adding, doing a bunch of like cool stuff with just like creating new builds where you can create an entire new in-game meta just by mixing up those classes. And you haven't had to change this entire 600-point Atlas passive tree kind of level grade thing where you're like, okay, like we can create so many new metas with like five changes, and that's it. You just move this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, and it's like, oh, entire in-game meta changed. Now, that's if we want to do that. We don't have to, but that can be a cool level of shake-up that keeps in-game.
Just throwing it out there, we've only seen one single option for adding an extra portal to your map. And so, at least for me personally, there are no options. There's only that one. There's only that one. Because the game is unplayable for me with single portal mapping. It's not fun, it's not appropriate, it's not interesting, it's stressful and tiring and exhausting and just not enjoyable in any way. So without the extra portal, if there's no other way to get an extra portal, then there are no options. There's only that. There's only whatever that one comes with, the one with an extra portal, because that's the only way I'll play.
I'm feeling way fresher and whatnot, and we haven't had to add an entire new system to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, on the topic of, you know, in-game meta and stuff like that, and the player agency control of the, not just the Atlas Masters, but also the multi-choice nodes we have on the Atlas tree itself, is something you brought up, I believe it was you, Mark, on the Q&A with CGD, was that something that you don't have in PoE 2, but you...
I fundamentally don't understand why they're dying on the sale of PoE 1, or I guess 2 portal gaming now. There's no good... That's because they've not a single time they've explained it to us has it been a satisfactory answer. There's no good reason for it.
Do have in PoE 1 is the ability to respond to market changes by targeting different types of drops. So like this is kind of in the topic of combating inflation, which has been mentioned, as well as price stabilization, where you can make those choices to, hey, this is lacking a supply in the market or whatever, and then you can choose to say, well, I'm going to do that farm, and then maybe the market changes, and now the next mechanic is going to be the most lucrative, if you will. And one of the questions is this one of your implementation to help combat your issues with rarity affecting currency and combating inflation in general? Or what's the take here?
It is 100% good at that. And, well, yeah, go for it, Jonathan.
Well, I was going to basically say exactly that, right? Like we are trying to make it so that not only do you have things with the Atlas Masters, but you've also got things with the like which league you're focusing on. You know, like Ritual now being a much bigger source of uniques, for example. Yeah, if like you think, you know, like we do want the idea that if things are in the market are off in a certain way, you feel like you can profit. Going to doing a different league, being a thing that matters more is, I think, pretty important. So that was an explicit goal. Like let's try and make it so that we can get that. Now I don't know whether that's going to have a huge effect or not, but it was one of the things we noticed that was different about PoE1 versus 2 when we were talking about this kind of stuff. So we thought like, hey, let's add that ability a little bit more.
But like to go further into that again with the response and player agency side, and I don't actually know if we made this. It was in one of my many spreadsheets at some point. But like, let's just say Ritual gives uniques, which yes, we've made that change. And let's just say that there was a master who had somehow an occult, or let's say a multi-choice, and it just said all the uniques offered by Ritual are now currency. And you could, with a click of a button, go click, all right, now I run rituals and I'm just getting currency instead of uniques. Not to say that's necessarily a thing, I can't remember. But that's the level of thing where it's like, well, why not allow someone to change that? Now, one might be quantifiably better than the other, but that's somewhat market dependent and somewhat what you need for your gear, for your build, your character, and whatnot. But that is a level of a literal just click one button, click another button. Like if that's a thing you want to do, that we will now be able to do with this, where you can completely transform what you're farming by just the click of a button. And you can do that for many of the different leagues where you're like, okay, well, I want to target this instead of that, or I want to specifically turn off A and B because C gives more currency, or I want to, I'm farming more bosses, so I want to make the bosses do this at the cost of something else. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do, and it's so much more approachable and simple, which is awesome. So I do expect that to happen, by the way. I do expect people to be those who care about it to be dynamically responding their builds to the economy, which I know a lot of people care about, myself included, right? That's what you're going to do. So what you have as a day one build might not be your day two build, might not be your day three build, entirely just due to I want to make the most amount of wealth from an economical standpoint, as opposed to necessarily like what's best for your character, because I understand getting wealthy is often what's best for your character. So, that will happen, almost certainly. And it's not going to take a whole bunch of gold and unshaping orbs and everything to do it, so that's good.
That's a good sign.
I know you guys put, I think it was in the patch notes, you guys said you put like Exceptionos and Fracturing Orbs around the Atlas tree now as well, correct?
We saw that, yeah.
That's correct. One more example of it.
That can be seen as taking something away, which obviously it is to some degree.
Yeah, a little.
But what it's also allowing you to do is be exposed to the fact that it exists at all, which is kind of cool, because you can see the node, you can go, what the hell is that? And you can click the keyword and you're like, oh, I see what this is, that's cool.
So you're like, which is quite cool. Like you now know those mechanics exist because the tree tells you about them.
And think about that angle. Yeah, one more question about the Atlas, and we'll move on and talk about the league mechanic. Destructive play is like kind of one of my favorite ways to farm in PoE1, right? And you were talking about the more focus on unique map bosses. It's not really a current strategy in 0.5. Like you're not really going and targeting down map bosses currently. Is this something you expect? I've seen you've been giving love to unique map bosses, farming strategy so far from what we've seen on the Atlas tree. So are you guys trying to make that into a potential strategy?
Should ideally be one.
It should to some degree, for sure. I mean, it depends if you think of it as the map boss versus, say, I would say an example is the summoning circles, being able to invest in that and do stuff with that is a way of getting more boss fights. I understand it's not the map boss.
I don't think I've ever had anything drop from the summoning circle. just throwing out there that the summoning circle is, at least for me, been one of the least useful things that I have ever seen. It is a nothing fight that drops nothing on the floor every time.
There are definitely ways to. Well, I guess you got the Overseer's tablet, of course, which is a way of trying to be more boss centric. I get it's not quite the same as what you're mentioning, which is more just like fighting a bunch of ruckus at the same time. But it's something that we're trying. There's a little bit of like, okay, and Jonathan said this to me literally today, which is that fighting multiple bosses at once is almost always worse than fighting one at a time. Like, you just lose that cohesion, you lose that combat feel. Now, you can have a twinned fight that is designed and they're a bit tag teamy and all that, but it often isn't good to just spawn a bunch of bosses on you all at the same time. Because it just implies, it's one of that same thing again, where now you just have to have the defenses to not insta-die because you can't tell what's happening.
I know.
So adding more bosses is something that Summoning Circle mechanic tries to do, and there are...
Buddy, you're okay. I think the problem is that your friend isn't here. Where's your friend? Let me get your friend. Hold on. There we go. See? Your friend's here too. No. I know you can hear the other dogs barking. I know you can hear next door neighbor's dogs barking. But they're not barking for you. Oh, he distracted himself with his water bowl. Sweet.
There are other ways to do that, for sure. There's like a new type of delirium mirror that spawns a cloned boss from a map. So like, we want to definitely spawn more bosses, but I don't want to just spawn like 6 bosses in a room all together and just let you deal with it, right? It just, the combat just goes out the window.
Which we do have in the Rite of the Nameless, but in the Rite of the Nameless we do offset them from spawning. Like, they don't all just suddenly spawn to start.
Yeah, it's still staggered.
They spawn. They're not like one at a time, but they do stagger so that like you've got time to potentially kill the boss first, and then before the next one. And so ideally, it's kind of like, you know, like it's a bit of a tough fight, but you're not it's not just like 5 bosses enter a room with you.
That being said, we have a bit of work to still do on getting ritual combat to be a bit better, right? Like, it is one of the things, like, I mean, obviously getting that many monsters in a bit of a claustrophobic situation can just be a bit of a mess. And so that's still something we are going to work on, is getting that combat to be a bit better as well, just as a thing to hopefully do between 050 and release. But yes, in that context, definitely staggering them is the play, because yes, what the hell is fighting 5 bosses in, not now just 5 bosses in the boss arena, you're talking about 5 bosses in this little circle with a bunch of rat tornadoes or something going around. You have no idea what's going on. So we'll try and make that as clean as possible.
All right, well, let's talk about the Runes of Aldor then, this season's league mechanic. Now, one of the major, sticking out points is obviously Runic Ward. Didn't really, I don't think many people saw that one coming. That was a bit of a surprise when I saw that one. So what was the thought process of coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need another defensive of some sort, and this time we're going to put it under life? Like, that's pretty unique. So how'd you come to that point?
I think it maybe started... Did it start with the skills first or the ward first? I can't actually remember which way around it was, but I feel like it might have been the skills. And we were talking about, like, what resource could we consume... I mean, it came together in one conversation, but I'm trying to remember exactly like which way around it was. But the skills in the Runic Ward were definitely designed together, like in terms of what that, like, we sort of knew that we wanted something. So, okay, for a while we've wanted to have, it's like you start with having it so that all of the skills are limited to weapon types, but then after that you then break the rule and actually have the stuff that goes between the weapon types. And so we knew for a while we wanted to have, skills that can work across, so you can do some interesting stuff, and it like expands the universe of what builds are possible by quite a lot. So it was just a question of like, what can the restriction be so that it's like to make it so that there's something there that we can have that, you know, still sort of limits it. Because we were talking about how if we're doing skills like this, we didn't believe that something like mana would actually necessarily work for the type of skills that we want to do, where it's like sort of unrestricted like that. So then we're like, okay, if we've got another resource and like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like, you know, do we make it like Val skills where you've got like, you know, the soul thing. We kind of didn't like that either. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that depending on what you do. So yeah, that it ended up pretty well, and I'm enjoying playing with it as well. Like I do now, especially that there's a proper sound when you run into it, like you do know that it's saving you. So that's been pretty nice. So I'm a big fan of that. But ultimately, yeah, it came from the skills first, I believe, of like you wanted to have a new resource that can power something like that.
I'm not ready yet.
You know, you mentioned.
I honestly can't remember the conversation, but yeah, we started with like, well, Peri 1 has Ward, and we're like talking about things that we could do that are of Kalgurin theming, and we ended up going. It was just like, we're not really satisfied with how it works. Like fundamentally, it's like very niche. It's very end game. It relies on all these unique mechanics to actually be good, and we need something that's fundamental to the campaign here. Something that can help everyone. And then we went through all, like, you know, as we do, we just have our meetings of design rants, and we went through many iterations and somehow ended up with what we have. And I think it is a significant upgrade over what, you know, if we had just copy pasted from what was in Peri 1 there, it would have not been anywhere near as good. So yeah, it's quite satisfied with how that ended up. But it is always hard to forget these frantic conversations we have where we're just like, it's honestly like sometimes it's 30 minutes and you have like 500 iterations, and sometimes it's several hours and you have like 3 iterations. But easier to remember those ones. This was one of those short and fast, snappy, ruckus conversations for sure that ended up quite satisfying.
I am hoping that people find use for Runic Ward skills and like whatever build that they're doing. Like I think that probably will be the case. Like we've made quite a few. There's quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones. So Gazi will be happy to hear about that, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a bit going on there. The one I'm using on my...
Don't you fucking bait me again. Don't behave. No, I've decided. I'm doing totems, not minion. Don't say stuff like that.
Current build is like honestly pretty fun. It looks simple. It's this thing where you called repulsion, where you it actually, I think when we did the live stream it was a mark, but then we decided that we liked it as a curse better. So it's a curse that you apply to the monsters, and when they take a bit of damage, the curse gets removed and it does an explosion that pushes all the monsters away. And if you've got large monster density and you use it on a pack, like the monsters just get absolutely like when they just spread everywhere. Like it's quite fun. So I'm enjoying that one, and hopefully we don't need to nerf it because, you know, I'm enjoying it. But that's the one that I'm using at the moment. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting ones. And I suspect that what I'm hoping is that there might be some like ward only builds even at endgame, which I think will be interesting. Like we'll try and build one in the office, and maybe we'll even do a video on it to see if we can do like a ward only character, just to see how that goes. But the skills are primarily designed to be used as sort of like, you know, extra things that you can use on your other builds as well.
One question about the league mechanic itself is I was re-listening to the Ziggy D Q&A while I was prepping, and Mark, you said that you thought you could get up to 22 rare mob modifiers potentially when paired with the expedition when doing the Rune of Aldor, right? So one of my questions for you is this kind of intended to be a strategy, sort of like, I don't know, like the Alba Temple, for instance, where it's like, okay, you can farm it for specifically what the drops are, but also like it can be a juicing mechanism where we're building this. So another way to play it is you do this actually just to juice the rare mobs themselves, and you're actually farming the mobs for the drops by adding more and more modifiers on.
That was the intention, yes, that both are a viable option. Now, the example I gave there is obviously the extreme.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that happen every time, for sure. But I do want it to be a strategy, for sure, especially now that the mods don't display all vertically down the screen. Those specific mods don't. There's just like a little line.
Just in case anyone was watching the gameplay there, don't tell anyone from GGG that shit's still bugged, because I hate that fight. Shh, quiet. Blakey didn't see nothing. If you didn't see what I just did right here. all you do is run up to this boss and then run away from him and let him reset and then run back up again. And then you get to fight him on his own without getting all the fucking shit thrown in from the side.
Kind of runes under the monster's life bars. And yeah, but my hope is that there is a strategy at endgame. Obviously, it's a relatively high-end strategy, where once you are using logbooks and doing those grand expeditions, as we've called them. I don't know if there's an official name yet, but that's what I'll keep, the big old expeditions, that you are thinking, okay, on some of the remnants, you're like, okay, I want this chase reward. And on others where you're like, nah, I don't really care too much about, this and that. Like, I think I can push the monsters to be more valuable than the things that are offered by them. That you're actually thinking, okay, I'm going to try and pick the highest variety of different runes possible so that you pass them along and try and get as many remnants as possible in the dynamite chain. And then you just like, okay, obviously each one then passes them on. So you're going to get every monster. The first one will be like, okay, pretty standard rewards. Second one a bit more. Third one a bit more. Fourth one a bit more. It's like, how long can this dynamite chain go? How many remnants can I get in it? And then you get to the point where you're just like, all right, like, what am I actually even fighting now? That's the hope, is that there are still people, and again, because you can control what the mods are, what the rewards are, what the where the bombs are, the order of them, you can control the difficulty and rewards entirely as you please. One other thing we've changed with expeditions, by the way, which I think has been a significant upgrade, though a semi-controversial internal one, but I think it's way better. I think it's way the same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain. When the first one goes off, you have to kill a certain number of the monsters before the dynamite will continue.
Oh, gross.
So what would often happen is that a fast build, when doing the logbooks were before, or expeditions, you could just kill as you're going. And what some people did is they'll just detonate the entire chain and then just like clear backwards almost.
Yeah.
And what some people would do is just clear with it, but effectively now they're not even seeing the bombs. Like the bombs have all detonated off screen and they're just following the chain of minimap icons, clearing everything.
Yeah.
So now, like, it's like finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb. So you're following it, actually following it, seeing the detonation, seeing what's emerging, doing the fight, and you're following along. It just feels so much smoother.
It sounds like they've made logbooks worse so that you can watch the explosions happen.
Though I know that there's
more, by the way, like it's way better.
I agree. I think it's significantly better, but I know it immediately had people going, but I like to just detonate the whole thing and then just wait ages and then clear it all, going backwards or whatever. And I was like, well, too bad, because the pros outweigh the cons here, IMO. But it is just significantly better.
One couple other changes I noticed was 10 runes instead of 8 in the patch notes, right? I think the review said it was like 8 cap, and I think in the patch notes it said it was upwards of 10.
I think the reason for that is because there's a that might have been me accidentally disclosing a hidden thing that was supposed to be a hidden thing about how there's like a secret thing that you can get up to 10. I think I might have accidentally said that. Like, I think the normal limit is 8.
Okay.
But
there's like a bespoke 10 length and 9 length one. They're not like traditional. It's something that when you find, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing.
Yeah. So there's like, that was probably just my bad, just like looking at the table and being like, okay, here's the maximum one being 10. Like, there's probably a few things I accidentally disclosed in the patch notes that were intended to be hidden, but it's fine. We'll just we'll see.
How do you?
By all means, we don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it. How do you actually decide what you want to like leak or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming, be excited. Like, you got to tease Mageblood's coming. You can't tease what it is, right? So, like, how do you decide what makes the cut on the teaser and what you want to be, like, discovered? Like, the hidden ascendancies, for instance, like you did with Abyssal.
I don't know, really. It's sort of hard to decide, but, like, there are certain things... Well, okay, like a random example is like, not to, like in the patch notes we said there are 3 barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean. Like there are things like that we're just like, this, like, in some ways, like it can be obvious to people what the hidden things are, but that can be its own form of excitement because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So we'll have to see whether people do that. I know Jeff actually was saying to me, he's like, as a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is one, and then everyone will know. So there are secrets like that around. But yeah, I don't know. It just like we want to make sure that there's just enough things where it feels like people have found something. And actually, there's that other whole system we didn't tell people about. Oh, I'm not even going to mention it. No, screw it. There's a whole bunch of I would say there's more like. I
don't even know what he's talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about. The one that's the most ridiculous.
You have to tell me afterwards because obviously
the one that's the most ridiculous.
Why wait?
The one that's the most
there are surprises that we want to have. But anyway, the thing is, we actually got enough hidden surprises on this patch that I feel like it's kind of okay to disclose a lot of things because there's quite a lot more of them. Like I feel like there's probably more hidden, random, weird stuff in this patch than we've probably ever done. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Matt, but it seems like it to me.
It should be. I'm a huge advocate for pushing for and I just declare it at the start. I'm like, this is a thing no one's allowed to know about, and then I just hope that no one says anything.
It's easy to make mistakes though, because people don't know what stuff's going to be hidden, and so I might just randomly, blunder into things and
there are other things where we're like, okay, but is it just going to get data mined in minute 0 anyway, and thus people? Yes. But then it's like, oh, maybe even that in itself is exciting because people don't know if what's data mined is actually enabled or not. So you start adding bait and you put in little things that are just like, to intentionally make people feel the sense of mystery. So even if it is a thing that will get data mined, it doesn't necessarily mean it's there. If it's like, there are things that are unintentional. Like I don't know if the patch notes actually ended up with this, but all of the, for example, have we disclosed all of the hidden anoints? We expressed some. We're like, here's some that you get from the.
We didn't list them. We didn't. Yeah, we didn't list them. We
went over some in the live stream and the presentation, and we went over here's a few examples. But then there's a whole bunch undiscovered, and so it's like I wouldn't say that's a secret. It's just like we want people to discover stuff. We want some people, and then there's the stuff like the actual secrets where we're just like, nah, good luck finding this, and we look forward to day 29 where someone figures this out or something. I want some sense of discovery over the
Mage Blood is one of those ones that will be data mined on hour 0. We will know what a Mage Blood is before the league starts. But it'll be, that morning, an hour or two before the league starts. Right?
They sealed the mine.
The league that's more than just like what is your build and what is the meta, like stuff that's actually in-world discoverable things. And yeah, sometimes it gets figured out in like an hour, and you're like, oh well, whatever. Still, that's something. But
it's funny that you mentioned this with the bait thing, because I'm still looking at the data mine of Demon Magus and just waiting for something to happen. Like oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm sitting here with you balls.
No, it was a real thing. It's not.
It was. I did have a quick. Sorry.
It will be a real thing one day. It wasn't intended to not.
Okay.
What is it?
I'm just trying not to go off on my notorious 15-minute minion rant here after Jonathan's comment earlier. I did have a curiosity about the league mechanic, which kind of weaves into the history of GGG. You guys have never shied away from trying out-of-the-box crazy things, roguelike things like Sekima, Sanctum, Auto Battlers, Todia, DM's favorite TD Blight. And we saw a meteor crashing on the Infinite Atlas. Utilizing the Infinite Atlas for the immersion of a meteor crashing down, it looks really cool. This small little snippet looks fantastic. And then the question I have for this is the idea of changing /and/or terraforming the Atlas something that you'll want to explore further in future updates or even leagues moving forward?
I definitely think that we're going to do more of that for sure. I mean, Doryani does have, as one of the Atlas Masters, does have a light terraforming ability. He's got the ability to change one biome into another, like as part of his Atlas Master abilities.
Okay.
All right. It's not completely controllable. You can't just make the whole world a desert, but he does have some light ability to do that, and so there's things like that we can do.
It begins. That's step 1 of literally my suggestion. That's step one of literally my suggestion. Just do the rest of it and people will be real happy.
But yeah, that actually matters quite a lot with the new Atlas tree, because the new Atlas tree has a bunch of things that are biome specific. Like this is a thing that happens in forest, and this is a thing that happens in deserts. So then, and there's also the ability to say like this biome behaves as this other biome in addition, and stuff like that, like with multi-choice stuff. And so there's like things like that going on that like make the biomes matter more. And then the ability for Diani to then be able to do some terraforming means that there's some strats there ideally that you could do with him. But yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like the imagination can immediately run wild. It's like, you know, it's less hypothetical. You know, this has not been discussed before, but it's like, okay, what does it look like for blight using for, you know, whatever blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time? But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from here, and you know, you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination run wild.
Breach domains appearing on the Atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean, the fog bank thing and delirium, the delirious like area, that's kind of, this sort of feels a little bit like it as well, where like the Atlas gets transformed, you know, this event happens and that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we're absolutely going to do. Like, we want every league to have more mechanics that happen on the Atlas. Like, that is an explicit thing of, like, every league should at least have something that interacts with the Atlas in a more interesting way.
Because, like, my mind went completely off when I saw that. I was like, they're probably going to do something like Catan League or Risk play, where we're, like, pushing out settlements. Now we're playing RTS on the Infinite Atlas. That's where my mind went, and I was like, I can't wait for that.
Well, I do have a discussion I need to have with Mark, actually. About some 1.0 league idea.
I mean, I'd play
so
that.
We'll see how we go with that.
And you guys are adding so much, like, such scale of content here. Like, you're adding tons of crafting, for instance. You're just all of the different changes to the Atlas Masters, like you're talking about the terraforming Atlas. How much of it is it when you're creating something, you're preemptively looking at it and being like, oh, this could be a problem, like this would make crafting too strong, and like how much of this is like emergent gameplay, which we're just going to put it out into the wild and like see what the players do with it, and then we'll do changes after? Like, what's the balance?
Spoiler, that's a PoE 1 thing, just putting stuff out, letting players do with it. You got to get used to this, Darth. Grinding your games wants PoE 2 to be, these are the tools to use in a set, here are the builds, play it our way. I've accepted that. It's fine. It's how PoE 2 is.
It's like,
well, so we try to think of everything we can, but we also assume that there will be a million things we didn't think of. So it's kind of like, it is really both of those things. But yeah, we do try as hard as we can to try and understand the interactions. But yes, there's just a lot of inherent risk the moment that you add all sorts of stuff like this that you just do get.
We know that it's how it is because there have been 3 specific instances that I can think of so far where a player has come up with something way out of the box of like, whoa, that's so abnormal. And in 2 of those, it wasn't even OP. And immediately the entire interaction was ruined as soon as the league was over. Because that wasn't something that was built in the building. That was something a player came up with that they didn't expect, so it's gone.
Something that you didn't expect, so yeah, you just assume that that's also going to happen.
That's fair. When it comes to like the progression, PoE 1 has had, you know, years, a decade plus of content and lessons learned and the progression of new leagues and trying things out. PoE 2 has only had, or quote unquote only, it's pretty fresh out the gate, but we have had 2 considered full-blown league releases. And with the 0.3 Abyss and 0.4 Alpha, which we had recently, right? So I'm just curious, what kind of lessons have you guys learned from previous league releases, which has been helpful for the 0.5 one when it comes to PoE 2?
It's a tricky question because, like, I mean, we effectively learn these lessons every time. We've been doing it for so many years. The thing I guess we've been fighting. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking, actually. It's like, in a way, we've been fighting this content war against PoE 1, where it's like, okay, it's like PoE 1 has all the stuff, we need to get PoE 2 to some kind of standard, and so that's been like why we've needed to in these recent.
So when I'm referring to those 3 things, in my mind, what it takes for it to come under that category of this wasn't built in the building is that upon seeing it, it isn't immediately obvious to me how it works. right? That's only happened 3 times in PoE 2. It happens 5 or 6 times in fucking League in PoE 1, right? Like upon glancing at it, I don't immediately understand how it works. Somebody's done something weird. That's happened 3 times in PoE 2, all 3 times immediately, completely destroyed. Not nerfed or balanced or anything, just stop that interaction. Just nope. Bad player.
Recent leaks to, like, you know, make something that feels very, very substantial. And like 050 hopefully wins the war there now, and it's like we've reached the point where, you know, we've reached the point where we can say that we're an ARPG that has enough content, and that's why we're now able to say, like, okay, before 1.0 we can focus more on like balance and all that sort of stuff, right? But it's like I honestly feel sorry for other ARPGs in some way, where like they have to, like, they in order to even get to the point of being able to say you're competitive, you have to first win this like war versus PoE 1 of like the amount of shit that's in a game. So, you know, like, that's very hard. It's like, it's weird that how we also had to fight that. But, yeah, like, look, I feel like we do know how to make a league at this point and all the things you need to have in it. Like, I mean, in fact, there's a very popular GDC talk that Chris made, which I still think is 100% correct in terms of the stuff that you need to have in a league to make it work. And ultimately, all of it.
I'm going to not comment on that because it's too negative.
With PoE 2, it's just, we need to just take that stuff, you know, even better, and like get it to a polished level that is like higher than what we even needed to do before, and that kind of thing. But like, I mean, we know how to do it. We've done so many leagues at this point.
Honestly, the newest discovery, I would say, that is probably the hardest thing, is integrating it into the start of the game.
Yeah,
because the start of PoE 2, like, one thing that we didn't want to do, and I'd say PoE 1 has failed at this numerous times, is like, all of a sudden you start the game and then you're just in some subzone that's in some other dimension, and you're like, what is happening? And it's like, okay, can you really say your game is like gothic horror if you're, you know, going into some person's memory or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you just, where am I? Like, what's even going on? It's like, it can get a bit techie, can get a bit sci-fi, can get a little bit like just out of there. So honestly, when we're thinking like, it's a big thing that comes up now, where we were even thinking like, what the hell, like, can we really just have a bunch of Val stuff in the forest at the start of
that one was interesting. That one was interesting because we weren't going to do, like, when we designed that league originally, going into the past was the only thing. Like, we didn't have the past versus present temple, and the present day temple was a response to the fact that it felt immediately strange to walk out and be in Act 1, and then you're randomly traveling into the past in this Val thing. And so, like, we effectively had to make another version of like a bunch of those rooms in order to make that work and sort of still feel reasonable in Act 1. Yeah. And so that is something we never would have done. We never would have done that in PoE 1.
For sure, 100%. Because you had that full pristine temple with all the living Val and everything. But like, right now you encounter that at like second half of Act 3. It's a whole moment. If you just come out and you're fighting some basic zombies, a couple of crabs, and then you're just fighting like the full force of the like maximum power Val armies with the, like, you just, and then you go back and you're just in a forest fighting a wolf, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? You know? And so it was a stupid amount of work, because now we had to make undead versions of all the monsters. We had to make and they, you know, some of them needed, and as soon as the thing's undead, it can't use the same animation set. It has to look more death, like, you know, it's just a ton of work. And then all of a sudden, all the environment art, you have to have a destroyed version, a rundown version of every single room. It's like, and I'm like, why do we do this again? So Act 1 and 2 can, but it honestly makes so much of a difference than just like, you know, the world doesn't matter because I can just, you know, apparently
This is going to be something that in 1.0 is going to be a real challenge, right? Because we're expecting, obviously, a lot of people who haven't played the game before. It's really important that whatever we choose for the league to be, it has to be in every area, and yet it also has to be that it doesn't feel out of place. Honestly, like, looking at it now, I'm like, the Runes of Elder actually does that pretty damn well, and it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0, because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But we have to effectively somehow pull that off again and make another league that feels like, fine in Act 1 and but also fine in endgame, that kind of thing. So
we have to do it 1,000 more times, right? So
I suppose so, but like, it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because we've got so many new players. But it's always going to have to be something that we consider that we never really thought about in PoE 1 when we were designing leagues leagues there. It was just whatever, you know, like I guess the feeling always was that, like, you know, people have played this a bunch of times, like, you know, like it's okay to just have like a weird eldritch nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
I mean, we have gotten better at it in PoE1 as well over time, but it certainly had its moments where I was like, what the hell is going on this beach right now? You know, in the swamp with the rowers, and all of a sudden I'm in some other place. It's just...
It's kind of funny. It's funny you mentioned it from that way. 'Cause I actually never thought of it that way, but you're like, hey, it does kind of make sense. Like if you're not really familiar with PoE at all, when you play the game for the first time, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah. But speaking of league mechanics, talk a little bit about some of the ones that were reworked here. I got a few basic questions around that. So Breach. Talk about Breach for a moment here. The Genesis tree is coming. Big surprise. You know, they brought it back from PoE1 goes to PoE2, and it looks even bigger in PoE2, notably only jewelry, right? But like, what kind of changes and lessons did you have to learn from the PoE1 to implement it in PoE2, and what did you know you wanted in it and what you didn't want?
A big decision we made, and this is like a big, honestly, philosophical thing that could have future ramifications that we end up having to go back on, because it wasn't too long ago where we had, you know, tile loot versus ground loot versus all that kind of stuff, you know, being a thing in PoE1, and I'm sure it will come up again another 100 times. But you have this thing where, you know, should a league just give the same drops, aside from ignore the bosses and their unique drops, should a league's rewards just be the same as world drops? Should it be at its ceiling worse than world drops? Should it be, you know, there's all these different questions here. And the thing is that what we have decided here, and this is an actual conscious decision we made.
Before they answer it, my answer, a league should always have the best drops of whatever's currently going on. Like that should be the best drops should come from the league. That's what should encourage me to come back every time. It'd be like, yo, the league, look at how good it is. But yeah, like the best universal drops. Like you can't just give the league, oh, here's all the essences and all of this and that and the other. But like the best generic loot should sort of come from that.
Made is that we wanted the rewards from leagues to be able to be better than world drops, and then thus comes to the important part that comes from it, which is it can't be better than everything. It has to be better than some sort of category for some sort of build. So it's not exclusively better. It's not like, oh, the thing that comes from here is 100% better than everything else. It's like for this build, for that build, you know, these types of characters or whatever are definitely going to want items from this kind of league. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to get. It's not like it's just trivial. It's not like it completely demeans the world drops. But we have made the decision here for sure that we wanted to say, and the Genesis tree was the big thing that we discussed when we were doing this, is like, well, do we want to be able to get things that can be better than what you can find in the world? And now, obviously, you still have to do the league in order to get the crafting material in order to create them. So you can't just fully bypass the itemization as is. But this is a decision we made. And as a result, yes, you get some pretty powerful stuff on the Genesis tree, and it's going to be pretty hard to get, but it is a thing you can do. But that is something you'll start seeing a little bit more from every league, where some are, for example, the Runes of Elder, and let's say it goes core and all of that. I mean, probably for some builds, the socketables that come from it are going to be better than any you could probably find in world drops for certain gear or certain slots, right? There's these avenues for each, and hence why the Genesis tree is focused primarily on jewelry. Like, it just straight up gives some of the best items, especially for casters and summoners in particular, that you'd be able to get compared to things that you could find in the world. And I understand some people are like, I don't want that, I just want the world drops to be better. And some people are like, no, that's the target farming. That's what I want to be able to get. That's what I want. I see that and I want to go for it. And there's a bit of a different crowd for both there, and sometimes it tilts too far where it's like, well, what's the point in doing anything but breaches? Just do the breach and move to the next area, do the breach, move to the next area. So there is a balance there for sure, and it can pretty easily over time tilt one way or the other. So we'll see what happens here, I guess. But the important thing PoE2 does that PoE1 hasn't been doing as well at, but is still something that we have a similar philosophy on, is that it should be that at least it's not for like every slot. Like if the Genesis tree was could get best armor, best helmet, best gloves, best boots, best weapons, best everything. Well, what the hell why do anything else? At least now it's like, okay, I can possibly for some builds get the best amulet, probably for all builds actually get the best amulet. Sort of. And then for some, get the best rings for summoners and casters, and for, you know, that kind of example.
Not that that's technically confirmation, but I'm going to treat that as confirmation of the one thing, big question that I had about those amulets. Part of the breach stuff that they showed me, they showed us, was that amulet that had -1 prefix, -1 suffix, but it had like a 100 spirit reservation thing on it. And we didn't really know whether it would be a thing. Like, was all of the things available? Do we just have to keep rolling it, or like looking for one? That made it sound like there are all of them.
Well, then at least you're wanting to go, okay, here's why I want to do breach. I'll get these items when I have them good, and then I'll do this other league for this other slot, and do this other league for this other slot, and that's the 3 leagues you're farming. And then once you've got those gear, maybe you change to some other leagues. All the meanwhile trying to get mage bloods from world drop and to do headhunters and all of that, and you know, your classics. So yeah, that is a decision we've actually made here. That is, I suspect, something we've never really necessarily talked about, at least not for years, about whether or not we want rewards from leagues to ultimately be better than world drops or more exclusive, or you know, things that are ultimately exclusive to it. So it's a decision. It's where we're at, and we're going to try it, and hopefully we'll see how it goes.
That brings up 2 interesting challenges for me. One is how do you educate the players on knowing if there's the best of each of these? How do you overcome the challenge of making sure that the education portion of the players, so they know that you can get the best of each one of these leagues from each? And the other portion is then, how do you handle the situation of things like Alkengo, like the most standard, I'm going to run a map. Like if every other league mechanic has the best of something, does that mean Alkengo has like the worst of everything? Like how do you handle both of these challenges?
From the educational standpoint, well, that's kind of in each's league's responsibility. Is to, I mean, you'll learn that over time, generally speaking. But that's where the things like, okay, the Genesis tree, you can read the nodes, you can see the helper text, you can see what kind of stuff you can get out of it. You might not know exactly what mods, what tiers, and what values, but honestly, I prefer that to be within the discovery axis anyway. What it does say is your rings can now be X, and you're like, okay, well, that, like, you know, summon a
one way people might find that out now is because when they mouse over their item, there'll be a little build guide note there being like, you need to go to the Genesis tree and do this. So that can be one way that people will be finding that out.
True, for sure. And so, okay, so what the other thing is let's say there's enough leagues and every league covers every slot. So like, let's say with there's 10 leagues and each league is best at one slot. Well, why do I need to do anything but you can't do all 10 leagues at once, which is good. But it is obviously still important that, you know, for example, you still have to craft these items. You can't, like, even if you could print the base type, you can't just, like, infinitely now craft that item, right? So that's an important thing of needing to make sure that you're still acquiring all the core currency. You still have to do the content with the leagues in it to do it, obviously. But yeah, this is a risk. Like, for sure, I can see a world where this is just like, okay, well, any ring or amulet that ever drops in the wild, like, sure, it can be okay, it can be good, but it can't be the best. That is the consequence of this. It is a 100% the actual consequence. And I do believe they can generally be good enough, and as long as that we're niche enough with what the leagues are doing, that it won't be too problematic. But shit, it's easy to cross that line, and now rest in peace, all rings on the floor. Just may as well filter them off and you'll never see them again. It is a fuck up that can occur. It is the actual risk, and as we add more and more content and it fills more and more of these voids, that this, yes, you will reach that tipping point where now world drops suck. You will, almost certainly. It is something we will try to not have happen. But, you know, in leagues down the line, yep, probably will. And there's always a way to address it. It's often just some like one of those. Then okay, we've done this massive rebalance of this, retargeted this, and this, but like it's obviously hard to know when we're not there yet because we don't have enough leagues covering enough slots to actually result in this problem yet. So still quite hypothetical, but like I can see how it will occur. You know, a year to whatever after release, it will just be like, okay, whoops, we did it, and now there's, you know, you filter out more and more items eventually. You run certain leagues, but at least there's the other benefit there, which is you can only run a certain number of leagues at a time. So at the very least, you'll be like varying your gameplay. You're still going to be chasing for, and because your tree juices everything, like you're not like, I'm only, because that is another actual benefit, and it's something that suffers a little bit in PoE 1. So let's say on your core Atlas tree, you like juice ultimatum. That doesn't do anything to the rest of the map, generally. I'm talking at like a general level here. And so if you're fully invested in that league, or in League A, B, and C, you'll generally zone and do League A, B, and C, and then because the rest of the map isn't invested in at all, you could just say, I'm going to leave. Right? Because the value of doing more of those as fast as possible, assuming infinite map items, which you have probably most of the time, you'll just go farm that thing over and over and over and over again. In PoE 2...
This is actually one of my favorite things, because it's one of the things I really hate the most in PoE 1. It's like, I'm not spec'd into Breach, and that Breach is in a really, really good spot, and I like Breach, but I'm not spec'd into it, so there's no point in touching it. Just walk past. You might as well not even run over it. It's never going to drop anything, because I'm not spec'd into it. PoE 2 is fixing that problem, so I like that.
Because you can get full investment, like that map is as valuable as it's going to be. And that league, every league is fully invested, and those leagues are as valuable as it's going to be. And so, like, aside from tablet modifiers specifically being one of the only access, and I guess technically choice on the Atlas Masters, but those are quite broad, or can be quite broad. You're generally going to want to kill everything, clear everything, and you're not going to have this thing where some stuff is hyper juiced and other things are just like basically.
How they're fixing it? I mean, the PoE, it's sort of already is fixed. It's not really been an issue in PoE 2 because you are fully spec'd into every league mechanic. So even if you're not throwing down, let's say, tablets that are breach related or whatever, you've still got your whole breach tree. So when you encounter a breach, even though you weren't putting down tablets to spawn a bunch of breaches, but still when you encounter a breach, if you've done the progression and maxed the tree out, it's still good and rewarding and worth doing, right? Because you are spec'd into it, right? Which is something you're not in PoE 1. You're not spec'd into it in PoE 1. So when you encounter something that wasn't your direct farm, it's really actually not worth doing. You should just walk past. Like, you shouldn't be clicking on 3 rituals in a map if you don't have ritual points, right? It's a waste of your time, right? But in PoE 2, when that happens, you'll have the ritual points. You just didn't put down a tablet for it, but you're like, oh, there are rituals in this map. I'll run them, and it'll be rewarding. So I like that a lot more.
Level worthlessness going on in the map.
Well, I don't know whether it was in the patch notes either, but it probably was. But do people know about the whole thing that we've done with tablets and like the random content? I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you guys are aware about this.
Yes.
Like, that's on the same vein, by the way. Which is that it was really important to us to make it.
Is he going to do the thing where like the amount of extra content you can have in a map is set, and as you put a tablet in, it just replaces the extra content with a guaranteed one from the tablet? So you'll always have at least this much content, and if you don't run tablets, then you'll have randomized content.
So that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Because like, you know, this is coming back to that idea about like, you know, like reducing the amount of time that it takes to kind of get to the point where you can do infinite farm. There was this thing we wanted to say is that once you've filled all your tablet slots, you actually don't get random things appearing anymore, and that means that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Like, you can juice the several mechanics that you want to do, or like maybe it's just even one mechanic if you want to. You put all the tablets as being that thing, and then now no other random content doesn't appear, so you kind of don't have that. It's fighting against that same problem again of like needing to, you know, of like making it like. So once again, you'd have the situation where if we had it so that to what Mark was saying, where a random breach could appear even though what you're doing is delirium, then it would mean that you've got content in the map you don't actually want to complete, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to avoid there. So you still can go the random route if you want by using like a radiator tablets and stuff like that. But if you want to, but if you're just focusing on a specific leagues, you just do it that way.
I had a quick follow-up to what you were saying, Mark, about you have to do the league mechanic to engage with the crafting part of that league mechanic. And as someone who very much enjoys being a hideout warrior, crafting items in PoE1, just sitting in your hideout and just doing my crafting, it sounds to me like the idea is to kind of like funnel the people into, for you to engage with this quote unquote best in slot items for XYZ builds, you have to engage with league mechanic. You have to quote unquote play the game. You can't just sit in your hideout. Is that an intentional design, or is that just a byproduct of the current design that you have right now?
Intentional.
I mean, you can still buy the items. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can still. But is it intentional? I'd say most of the time it is intentional. I'm just trying to think of all the examples.
Is Hiveblood the only one like that, though, really?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, like, you can either always shortcut you can either buy the thing to do the crafting, or you can buy the thing at the end, right? Like, generally speaking, some element of, because we try and keep almost everything tradable, but Hiveblood in particular, yes, but then, okay, you can't trade, excess tribute offered, for wanting to do Rite of the Nameless spams. You can't trade, what else can't you? Obviously, you can't trade breach biomes, right?
Right.
So there's like different things of stuff that can be traded and can't be traded. But generally speaking, we've tried to make sure, all the rewards can be. We've tried to make sure that Pinnacle keys can be traded and stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be some leagues where you won't just be able to entirely sit in your hideout to do the crafting. You'll have to just buy the product if that's what you're wanting to do. Like, if you don't want to breach, you're just going to have to buy the breach items. And if you do breach, well, then you get to sell it to those people, I guess. So win-win for everyone, ultimately, at the end of the day. Which is a cool thing, by the way, because it still comes down to that meta market shifting. And I actually think this isn't... I don't know how I ultimately feel about this when I actually will play it in an actual economy. But let's say minion meta. Let's say everyone's playing summoners. Let's say everyone's some sort of minion across the board. Let's just say, well, now am I going, well, I have to run breach. I have to, because the economy is such that it would be bad not to. And when I hear that, it's kind of like, well, now I'm not playing the content I want to be playing. But on the other hand, I'm getting rich. So, like, and maybe I am playing the contents I want to be playing. So there's a little bit of, like, I don't know. But then, like, all of a sudden, let's say a new build gets discovered and everyone's like, oh, this build uses this item comes from this. Everyone quickly change leagues what they're doing, which you can just do. Like, that's a thing you can do, aside from, again, there's some tablet farming you'd have to do and whatnot. But it's quite interesting. And generally speaking, this isn't, even though no one necessarily puts a label on it, that probably is how it naturally works. Like, even in PoE1, that's somewhat true to some degree, where there's certain things you want to get, but it's just probably on less of an extreme and less of a less intentional level for sure, whereas we're being a bit more intentional about it here. So I think it will have that impact, and I don't know, like, there's something I like to... I'm happy about that in theory, but I don't know if I'll be happy about that in practice. And so that's an interest. And again, I can't test that internally because there is no economy, right? So none of us can. I mean, the 5 of us trading to one another is whatever. That doesn't matter, right?
That's not
there's
relevant.
more than 5, but you get my point. And then the idea that I feel like I have to play breach because of X, or I have to play delirium because of Y, or I have to play this or something, like because I'm someone who cares about trade and cares about the wealth of my account, that could be something that actually makes me feel a bit sad at the end of the day, because at the end of the day I might want to just play the content I want to play for what the content offers, not for the economic value of it. And some people would just be like, play SSF, which, fair enough, I guess, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm quite... I'm curious to see now that we're being more intentional about certain builds being more powerful due to certain items from certain leagues, whether or not that's going to then result in a feeling of having to play content you wouldn't want to necessarily play, but now you feel like you have to. So we'll see. Maybe people ultimately like that. Maybe people don't. I have no idea.
You know, speaking of really strong items and Breach, the new Absent Amulet looks pretty good. Implicit is granting an aura. You know, can you have any aura on this, or is this a limited pool?
It should be every.
Because it gets so much for now and it seems bad. I mean, this is the smoothest that I have ever done any league start in my life of PoE2. Is it the fastest? No, but it's the smoothest and easiest. And it's not considered anything. I couldn't find anyone doing it. I'm just doing it. I couldn't find a single thing that said level with Ice Nova, but I'm doing it.
Every persistent buff skill that is on the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet.
Okay. There is a.
Sorry. Wait, forgot to pause. Hold on.
Pool?
It should be every persistent buff skill that is on the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet.
Fuck. Okay. Great. Fantastic.
There are 3 amulets. There's one for 30 reservation costs, one for 60, one for hundreds. It's obviously harder to get the hundreds.
Yep. I want it.
and thus the 60s over the 30s and whatnot. And yes, but again, like there's a little bit of like good luck as well. You probably have to do a lot of farming to get what you want here. But this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of like, you know, the rare equivalent of the mage blood of amulets, you know, is like it is there, and I want that to be something you can get. Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will. It 100% will indeed result in that. And the same way that the existence of a headhunter and a mage blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state. Hopefully a less sad state anyway. But rare belts are demeaned by the existence of very broad, very chase items. And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, you know, there's a bit of philosophy around that. And people tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get. It shouldn't be easy to craft. And it should be something you want to chase. And there's a very clear path to it. Not necessarily an easy path.
Hopefully that delirium amulet is...
By the way, the other part of that, by the way, is I've seen Diggs level. He does nothing but complain about how terrible his build is until he's in maps and strong. I've never seen him do this. What are you talking about? How this is better than any leveling you've ever done in front of me. Ever. Just saying.
Competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't reinstill those at all, right? Like the delirium amulet, you get the 2 instills and you can't reinstall one of them or something, right? Like you get the 2 and you're locked.
I believe it unintentionally allowed you to replace one, but I did say it shouldn't. Like it should just be you want to get as many as possible, and when you get the right one with the right 2 notables, you're just like, holy fucking thank God I can go buy 6 or whatever. Like, you know, it's just, you know, you want that really, really like. Again, these are super rare but super chase, right? And
Sure.
You'll get one that has 2 okay instills, and you'll still be happy. But like when you get the 2 that are the 2 you actually want, I want you to really be stoked. So the point where every single time you find this, you're like, holy shit, this could be it. This is this is the, you know, the 5 mirror drop here.
On the topic of delirium and jewelries, for that matter, in delirium we're now getting some additional crafting options when it comes to jewels, not jewelries but jewels. And I mean they're already let's call it a fairly strong place is where we'll put jewels, at least from most of our perspectives. How do you guys feel about the balance of standard rare jewels versus something like adorned as well as time lost jewels in the current state of the game, or 0.5 rather?
Well, the crafting for jewels was mostly that, like, the rationale behind adding that was ultimately, okay, like when you finish like a full sanctum, you end up with just like 45 jewels in your inventory if you take all the jewel chests, and you're like, okay, like 4 of them are okay, I guess. And it's just extreme item saturation just to get the good ones. And it's like, well, we're missing crafting here, really, right? We need something here to help guide it to be that they're okay, especially given that the jewel sockets are on kind of core pathways. You get them and then you're like, I don't even have anything to put in this for like a while.
Yep.
So at least now, and obviously you get some of these in the Act 4 in the campaign, you'll be able to, craft something that at least has 1 or maybe 2 useful stats for your character. If it had 1 by default, and you add 1 that's decent. So that's just a win for like your more broad player base of just interacting with base jewels as a base level. In terms of the actual jewel balance, well, yeah, you'd kind of just end up with get all the jewel slots. Like there's so many really good endgame unique jewels, as well as just like what you can do with the top end power of jewels, that like you end up with that thing with a lot of passive trees, just like I need to get every jewel slot, and then you end up with these kind of really shitty looking builds, honestly, where they're just not even taking anything. And it's like, what's the cheapest stuff I can take along the way? But otherwise it's just jewel slot. There's definitely some problems here. How do I feel about it? I mean, I kind of in one end I'm like, well, it's like a very it can be a very satisfying, advanced, and honestly complex crafting system that a lot of people probably like to overall engage with, where their more traditional build ends up looking like this crazy jewel fest. On the other hand, it's got the problem where, every character kind of devolves into looking like a very similar thing. I'm trying to think whether or not I ultimately enjoy it or not as a player. Probably less so. Like, I probably think it's ultimately not a good spot.
I'd like you to take away Adorned to start with.
Like, I would say if I had to I don't like the idea that ultimately 95% of the passives on the tree don't matter at all, even though some of them don't matter anyway. Something we need to fix, but I don't like that it just ends up being that. But I do like I want to chase all the really unique jewels. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like a bit, hit and miss on it ultimately. I don't know. I'm curious what a lot more people think about this kind of level of meta and itemization. Because I see a lot of stuff that's quite, I hate jewels, or keep these unique jewels but not the rest, and then obviously timeless jewels are a whole different level of complexity. But yeah, I mean, ultimately going back to the original point here is we wanted to create a thing that's just improves the experience from the average player who's just engaging with a few jewel sockets.
This, by the way, every single boss fight I have done so far is the easiest league start boss fight I have ever seen. They're still reasonably fast, not the fastest thing in the world, but easy. The easiest one I've ever done. Right? Not the fastest, but fuck. So easy.
It's more than, thinking about what it does for the end game, the end of the end game, I should say, kind of situation with character builds and itemization. So, because it buffs that as well. It's obviously just an upgrade for them regardless. Which is maybe not a good thing, but I think it's one of those things where that's a thing of do you think about every consequence? And it's like, well, kind of, but this is a good enough improvement for, regular players such that, it was worth doing, and we weren't caught up too much on the consequences of what it means for later. But I would expect more changes later, much later, of course, some point later, to around this kind of dual meta. But I am also very curious to see what what everyone actually thinks about this. Like, do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you, do you like? I guess the bigger question is, do you like that a lot of characters just end up wanting to as many dual slots as possible and wanting to just have jewels everywhere? Because once you can craft, it's effectively a way of saying your passive tree goes from what we've said it is to what you want it to be based on the fact that you can craft and put in there exactly what you want. And that sounds like a good pitch in isolation. But then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing because we had to let because enough jewels had to be found and or created in order to create that many characters. So I don't know, there's wins and losses to this, and I'm on the fence, honestly.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the miscellaneous.
I think they've kind of fixed most of that problem by just having significantly less jewels on the tree. The problem is that Adorned is still way too fucking good. And by way too good, what I mean is, Adorned is actually one of the worst items in both PoE games ever. Because it is an item in such a position where it is either the best thing that almost everyone should always use, or if you balance it down just a little bit, completely worthless and nobody wants it at all. And that's a really terrible place for any item to be, and they should never have added it to PoE 2, and it should probably just get removed from PoE 1 as well, because it is in it's in this space where it is either the very best or completely worthless, right? Like if you tune it down, it becomes so bad nobody wants it. Anyway,
this portion here, we're at over just about 2 hours. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, so we'll do the miscellaneous portion. We got a few questions here, and we have like just a handful of patch notes related questions, and then we can kind of wrap up. So to start for the miscellaneous portion, what's going on with Toda? Like where's Toda currently at?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have it.
We clearly.
But yeah, like we I was really hoping that we would be able to get that the final Ascendancy trial when we did Act 4. We couldn't quite make it. We didn't have the time. We obviously couldn't fit it into this cycle in 050. So the question is whether or not, I suppose, whether it comes in 1.0. I think that's looking unlikely, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's as important as some other things.
No way!
But we'll see what we can do. It's kind of come down to whether or not we can somehow make what that does sort of merge with something else, I suspect.
Why is your Nova so powerful? I mean, I do have 57% spell extra as lightning +1. It's a decent weapon, but nothing really else. That's just how it is. I am using infusions as often as possible though, between Snap and Frostbomb. And the infusions are what makes it larger and far more chunky, but that's just how Ice Nova is.
Like it's quite a lot of work.
What we've been trying to do is
Totem not even for 1.0. We think it's not that important. Ah, man. Depending on having cluster jewels, if they add that into PoE 2, I hope they never add cluster jewels into PoE 2. I don't want to see them. I also don't like them in PoE 1, same deal. I mean, I like them enough to use them, but like, I just don't think they're actually good.
You're talking about the merging. Is similar to how Runes of Elder is a kind of like expedition Kalguran thing. Yeah, to be whether or not like it's like kind of like, are we able to create a kind of Karui League that links into Tota somehow, and thus we get to double dip on the content.
Exactly. So if we're able to make a Karui themed league, then that will mean that we can effectively share some of the monster workload and like boss workload across both, which would then make it more viable to do alongside some of that other content. And with Runes of Elder, we got to effectively do an expedition upgrade at the same time as what we were doing as doing a league, and so that kind of like really helped with that. Like, and part of the reason we did that for this one is because we had so much other stuff going on with the other leagues as well that we figured making the core league be integrated somewhat with one of the leagues we're upgrading would help quite a lot. But yeah, maybe we might be able to squeeze Tota in if we were able to do a similar, if we were able to do a similar move like that. But otherwise it'll probably have to, if we can't do that, then it would have to wait for like a 1.1 or 1.2 kind of situation. Yeah.
It's quite interesting when we look at Tota, because when we made it for PoE 1, we were obviously still developing PoE 2, and we were like, oh, this will be cool to kind of be able to then use there later, and like, you know. And then now the quality bar has risen so much that when we then look at Tota in the context of PoE 2, like we thought all of the animations, the models, the art, the combat, everything, we'd be able to just like, we can just copy paste it, it'll be fine. And now when you go look at all those monsters and like just how long it's been and how much we've stepped up our game with stuff, it's like, these don't hold up at all. Like we have to, and so we had intended for it to be a way easier thing to just, you know, transplant from one to the other and like do some, you know, some polish, some touch ups. So now it's like, okay, we have to like effectively reanimate all of these. We have to, and so it's a ton, you know, you've got the multiple monsters of each tribe. You have the 10 chieftains, and let alone all the story moments and advancements we've done there. It's like, this is a shit ton of work where it's like, you know, I mean, it's the monster work of, it's probably like 75% of an act levels of equivalency of actual monster work. Like it's quite a lot. Obviously an act, a lot of it is the unification of the environment, the monsters, the narrative, etc. Whereas like obviously the part that is easier for Tota is it ultimately takes place in one arena with one backroom, and thus it's faster to ultimately make. But in terms of just raw animation work, raw effects work for all the different skills, all the like scripting on the game design side, it is a ton of work. And so it's just been, again, when we were like, okay, is Tota being missing or the end game not having goals? Well, obviously the end game. And so when we're just coming up with this stuff, we're just going, what is the most important thing we need to do now? And Tota has not been it, given like it would be different if it didn't require a ton of work. Sure. We could probably chuck it in alongside one of these things, but
it would probably be different if Sakamai Nuts and the other one didn't really suck. Like if I didn't hate them, I'd probably be okay with everything they're saying. But I really fucking hate both of them. They're miserable.
It just somehow is not held up at all. And yeah, so if it weren't for just straight up being too much work, it would be there already. Like, it just is an insane amount of actual work to do that is going to cost some pretty important stuff.
I appreciate the answer.
That makes sense.
Tota is just a personal favorite of mine because that was the league I joined, PoE, actually. It's my first league ever with Tota.
Like, I never thought when PoE 2 launched that I would have asked for PoE 1's lab back. I never thought that they were going to make something to Ascend so badly that I'd rather just go fight Azaro again. But like, that is where we are. I'd actually rather just do PoE 1's lab. I'd just give me that a second. I'd rather do that than whatever the fuck we have to do in here.
So I was curious. Go on, Ghazi.
Well, I was just going to move on since we're kind of over the time already. I do apologize for that. Appreciate you guys sticking around. The next question I have is kind of a twofold question. I'm going to start with the first half of it, which is more about the design philosophy of unique items in PoE 2. PoE 1 has their version, and PoE 2 seems to be more build-defining options in terms of the unique items. So just a little short tidbit on what's the philosophy differences here? What's the focus?
Well, this changed a lot in recent time, by relatively recent, I mean the last couple of years, because we had a bunch of uniques. We honestly believed at the start that we would be able to just take a bunch of PoE 1 uniques, modify them slightly, and put them in PoE 2, and that just completely 100% is not a thing we can do. Like, It's interesting
Some
because
of them, maybe.
the combat systems in PoE 2, working the way they are, had a way larger influence on what's an acceptable unique than what we kind of expected. And it's honestly surprising because like you'd still think, oh yeah, why can we not, like, how is it not that there's just like 50 PoE 1 uniques we could just literally take and just put in PoE 2 if we wanted to? And then you go through each one and you're like, okay, well this one can't be for that reason, this one can't be for that reason, like the dominant stat would just totally have to change. Like it's weird how it sort of ended up that way. And so even also when we did add a pile of uniques in I can't remember what patch it was like after 0.1. There was like a patch where we added a bunch of uniques, and those uniques, which were kind of like more in the PoE 1 design scale, have not really held up either. And honestly, we're gonna have to go back and probably like remove and or change a bunch of those as well. Like, and this is like the sort of issue that we have in the kind of the sort of mid campaign kind of like, you know, like those uniques. They're just like really not holding up. And yeah, it's just funny how we just no longer have the ability. Like you kind of it feels like we've kind of got to have a skill or something on a PoE 2 unique in order to make it sort of somewhat worthwhile. So yeah, like I don't know I could even necessarily say exactly what it is particularly that's caused it to be that way, but for whatever reason, like when I look at a, you know, like a PO1 style designed unique at this point, it just does not rise to the level that we feel like you'd actually use it. And so yeah, I do wonder if one reason can be that I sort of suspect.
What spell totem are you thinking? Spark? We probably start with Spark, but I'd really like Ember Fusillade to be like, that's one of, I'm gonna experiment with a whole bunch of them. Comet is pretty obvious, Spark is pretty obvious, but straight up Chaos Ember Fusillade is one that like in my brain goes, can I make that please? So
I think it's got something to do with the fact that in PoE 1 build you tend to just optimize one skill and that's all you're doing, and so then like in PoE 2 context we've got to care about more about that, like the larger build, like there's a lot more going on with with a PoE 2 build, at least that's the intention. So I sort of have this feeling it's got something to do with that, but I don't know if I can necessarily promote exactly why it is that we do feel like, yeah, a unique has to be just a significant amount more going on.
Well, that's fair. The follow. Sorry, go ahead.
I do got a thing there. Cause...
Have you got any videos of someone doing bone storm totems at all? Like, is there one of them that I could look at? I would love to see what bone storm totem looks like.
It's like what we're making now, like a lot of what we've been showing with 050, like a lot of the stuff you've seen recently, this is kind of, this age of uniques is probably, it's not something we've done before really. Like all the uniques we're making are definitely the most expensive in terms of development costs that we've ever made. And as a result, they are more build defining. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you do have then the uniques that they kind of have their single special stat. It's kind of like 4 stats, one of them's a bit special, and it probably just has some sort of end game when combined with 6 other variables as a thing. And the problem with those is that they don't hit for like, most people when they get them, they're like, what the hell, why would I want that? And they just end up being these really like hyper niche end game things. So that was a type of philosophy we had where they were effectively meant to be the puzzle piece, right? And you need multiple puzzle pieces in order to do the thing. Those uniques are generally failing when you find them, like generally speaking. And Jonathan did this exercise with me yesterday. We opened up that same character when we were looking at something. He showed me every unique. We went through all of them, and he just goes like, and he was like, why would I want this? Why would I need this? And I was explaining the like end game build used with them, and he's like, "Well, how the hell? Like, okay, but then it drops at level 23. You know, it's like, and so there is a problem with that. And so our new philosophy has just been like, let's try and make these way more for full of fantasy, because that's my biggest thing. Is just I want you to feel like, you know, and that you saw that with the grenade launcher thing, where it's just like I just want you to just be a freaking grenade man, like just run around spamming grenades. Come on. Right, and then like the facebreaker thing obviously recently is pretty cool. You had the like the Raven and more summoner like delirium things. It's like, what if you were like Tang Mizu himself? Like you had his powers. Like that's a cool fantasy where you can like create mirrors and illusory things and like bend reality, and like that's a cool fantasy to me. You know, so some can be more narratively driven, some can just be like fire grenades everywhere. And that stuff is resulting in way cooler things. Like way cooler. Also way more expensive to make. And so what I want to get better at yet, I think something we haven't nailed. So I think we've now got the puzzle
Yo,
piece
Ice
side,
Nova
we
is
understand
great.
what that looks like. We understand what the other end, which is the more expensive fantasy fulfilling build defining thing, looks like. What we don't have is the middle ground where there's that kind of not as expensive to develop, but pretty impactful, just not like ultra impactful ground that we still need to do as well. And I think once we've figured that out and we've got our understanding of all three, now you are going to see generally that middle ground and higher ground. You're probably not going to see as much of those original set, and we're going to have to go back and honestly raise the bar on all of those, or a lot of those at this point.
Yeah, they are getting upgrades to some extent due to the Calgar and like unique upgrading things, so that has helped. But there's still some of them that are a bit unsalvageable that we just need to do something with.
And by the way, there are unsalvageable uniques in PoE 1 as well, right? It's just that there are.
Can we just squeeze into this topic? Is slightly related. That there's just no need for something like Wanderlust to be level 10 required. There just isn't. You can easily make it so it doesn't drop below level 10, so I can't get one at level 1 if you want that. But there's no reason for me to not be able to put Wanderlust on my ult. Like, killing the first mob, whatever his name is, I always forget it, in PoE 1, and having it drop a Wanderlust is happened to me twice in 10 years on a league start, and it was the absolute fucking best. And every single time we're league starting a fresh league, I'm thinking about the possibility that Hillick might drop me a Wanderlust. I'm thinking, what if I get another? What if I get a Wanderlust right here? Like, what if Hillick drops me a Wanderlust and my level 1 character who just became level 2 gets to put on 20% movement speed, immune to freeze boots? And does it happen? No, it almost never happens, but it can. It can happen, and that excites me every single league start, every single one without fail. I am thinking, what if I get a Wanderlust off this guy? What if he drops me some fucking boots, man? And that can't happen here. And you've got the Wanderlust, and they do the same job. They fill the same niche. They do the same thing. And I just can't drop them and can't wear them until like level 10? Like, what? Why? Don't do that to me. Let me have them. Make it as rare as you like. Make it just like PoE 1, where I might see it twice in 10 years. But let it be a thing that can happen. Because you don't need the good thing to happen to you all the time. You need the good thing to be able to happen. Right? You just need it to be able to happen.
1,500 of them or some number,
anyway,
you know, and so they kind of get lost in the weeds, as opposed to right now the I would say, you know, there's a mid ground of them where they honestly, you get it and you're like, I don't know why, I don't need it, you know. So there's, to me, so I think what we've now made is like, a lot of what we've made is so epic. I really love them, and like, you know, even talking about them and doing the videos, and there's so many more that haven't been, you know, talked about or found yet, which is awesome. That just keep going, and some secrets, and, you know, the barracks and all of that coming in. So once we get like, now that we've got that rhythm and we're working that out, we're just going to get more and more efficient with it. But I honestly think, and this is a thing that I've said to Jonathan as well, where I'm like, I think maybe our #1 problem in the game, like after 050 comes out, now that if endgame's in a good spot, now that we've sorted that and we have a good progression, we've got goals, my personal #1 fault with what we haven't got doing well, especially because of our reputation, is that I think that our thing that we need to step up and do the better at, that we currently have done very poorly, is our unique items. Like, I straight up think that we were meant to be the, like, we're epic in terms of ARPGs, like we're real good at items and itemization and uniques and crafting systems, and like I do believe that we generally are, and I don't think PoE 2 is an accurate reflection of what our capability should be. And so now that we're delivering like real cool shit, I just want to go and just fix up all of them. And so that's another one of these, like 050 and between 1.0, I want to be like, nah, we have to save the uniques. Like that's a goal I have. Now, obviously, different people have different levels of understanding of what's important to the game or the most important to the game. But like, I would be shocked if that's not on like most people's top 3, top 5 list of like things that are the most wrong with the game currently. There's a lot of really good.
5.
There's a lot of really bad, and we can't have that. And I think the biggest thing, like to give a more specific example, you know, my big rant.
I'll give my one other specific example real quick, just because he might say the same thing. That's one of my 2 problems with uniques, is what I just talked about earlier, things like Wanderlust. There's just no reason to not be able to put them on. My second thing is, it's absolutely fucking completely 100% worthless in all cases to give me a level 19 skill life spring that nobody can wear until level 78. That is a worthless item. It's worse than dropping nothing, because you might think to yourself, yo, a Wanderlust, I was about to oh, never mind, I can't wear that. And so it's actually disappointment rather than nothing. Those items that have scalable skills on them, we already have the ability to do. This coding already exists. We use it for passives and Ascendancy passives. If I'm wearing a life spring that has a level 19 skill on it, let me put it on at the lowest level I was supposed to be able to put a life spring on. Let me put that on and have the skills scale down to my level the same way an Ascendancy skill does, and then level up with me as I go. Anyway.
A lot of our uniques are level 1 to 30, right? Level 1 to 30-ish, and a lot of them are the puzzle piece. Some are good, some are not good, some are whatever, hit and miss. And we've got this like now endgame band that we've added, and we've added a bunch to the new pinnacles. We've got a bunch of things you can farm for the different leagues. What we don't have now, and I think this is a huge problem, is between level 30 and 60, there's kind of just nothing. There's kind of, honestly, it's like barely any start to drop. And I don't mean the level requirements, I mean when it comes.
The annoying thing about that.
God damn it. I want to keep listening, but again, the dog is doing his thing. He's doing his little butt wiggle and get my attention thing that tells me I need to go to the bathroom again, which he was just out for, but he is also locked in a cage. So if he needs to go to the bathroom, he needs to go to the bathroom. All right, buddy. All right. You're being very well behaved. You're not barking and howling, but you are after my attention. So I will be back in a moment. Alright, well, second trip, he did need to go to the bathroom, and he was still really well behaved. We came back in, we walked up to the cage, he looked at me like he didn't want to go in, and I went inside, and he flotted inside and just walked in, and I didn't have to fight him or nothing. He wasn't happy about it. No, the other dog is barking. That's not your fault. You didn't start that, buddy. I know. Isn't it the worst? You didn't start that. That's not your fault. Was involved last night. Heard about the doggo situation. Sucks to hear. Yeah, you know, he's not pleased. Yeah, I know. Oh, right. There you go. You stay in here and stop riling him up. All right, buddy? No. I wonder how spell echo goes. What's up with the dog? Exclamation mark doggo. He pants has IVDD. That's the thing, that right there. And he's not pleased about it. He's not pleased about being locked in a cage, and I don't blame him for not being pleased about that. I wouldn't be pleased about it either. But he has to be caged for a while. I think they call it crated rather than caged, because caged sounds bad. Right,
that as well as often, like, when you're in that band, the things you're getting are the ones that are like level 1 to 30.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up feeling is like you get these and they just feel like they suck, because like if you'd put them on at level 20 they would have been fine, but you're putting them on at level 40 and it's kind of like, well, this is just garbage.
Yeah. Because of how our uniques work, our unique drops work, where it's like, first I'm going to decide if I'm dropping a unique, then I'll figure out what the unique is. It's like, I'm going to drop a unique. And then it's like, okay, let me go and find one, and it just so happens that every unique lower than that level is between 1 and 30. It means pretty much any unique drop between level 40 and 60 is just going to be bad. Like, niche cases aside, like some jewelry in some cases, but like that is a big problem where pretty much every unique you find in the current mid game, and thus ones leading into endgame, you have very few ones that allow you, like, get you set up for endgame. Like, there are some, again, there is a few, but like it's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near. Not even in the right, you know. We're like 20% of the way to good enough there. So, you know, okay. I don't often talk about what I consider to be, you know, because generally when we're talking, we're obviously talking about, you know, what's new, what's happening, but we don't really get to talk about what's like just fundamentally wrong. And I'm trying to be a little bit more transparent about some of that stuff, because that is the stuff we're aiming to fix and address and really try and salvage and save and get perfect between 0.50 and 1.0.
So yeah, we're hoping to fix that in one of the kind of economy resets that we'll do between 0.50 and 1.0. Is here just like add a shit ton of mid-game uniques.
On the topic of fixing things, my follow-up questions that I really was curious about this. I do first want to say that I'm a big fan of the Kalguran upping your uniques. This is the first time since PoE, 10, 12 years ago, I think, since I'm actually considering using Shober Chabber on a build. So, I mean, that's just because of the Kalguran upping. So that's funny. But my question is, regarding these build-defining uniques that you're adding, they're supposed to be interesting and impactful, giving you a skill, and people make builds around them, like the Grenade Man, for a prime example. A problem that I've seen being discussed a lot in the community has been that your main skill is supposed to have maximum sockets. It's quote unquote 6 sockets, but it's actually only 5 sockets, right? In PoE2, with maximum sockets. And that is gated behind a level 20 version of the skill, which means it's going to cost more if the item is popular in the market. It's going to be rarer to find. It has a higher level requirement to drop and all those aspects. But there's already a power scaling difference between having a lower level skill of the skill itself and having a level 20 version in terms of what the benefits are. But the socket difference is so massive. So I was just curious if this is something you haven't thought of, or if it is a design you're happy with moving forward, that the max sockets is only on the level 20 versions.
We've discussed this many times, just FYI, like it's come up, came up a lot. But I think for 050, and I'm hoping this gets done in time, and if not, it'll be shortly after. I was adding, like, as a kind of, like, in an ideal world, you'd just be able to either, well, at least you'd be able to just, like, okay, why not just allow using a perfect jeweler's orb on it, for example, and then just.
I was literally about to say that. Why can you not just jeweler's units?
But for now, you can't currently, but that will be the goal. But for now...
Is there a reason we can't allow that?
I think just time constraints, but, I mean, feel free to look into it yourself, but...
I mean, like, is it really that hard to implement that?
I don't know.
I have no idea how it works in terms of the way the storage is.
Is it really that hard to do that?
Oh, exactly. I have absolutely no idea, so we could find that out. But
I might be able to just do that, honestly. Like, it might just be possible.
Being that... If that doesn't work, because that is the ideal solution, at the very least, I was going to get a temporary, just like recipe thing added where you can get a level 19 item, a level 20 uncut skill, and a perfect jeweler's orb, and then level 20 and 6 link the item as like a thing that we want to enable.
Sure, what about the other way?
So just doing the perfect jeweler thing, I feel like that would be. Surely we can make that happen. I don't know.
Well, follow up on that if you want. I have. Either way, multiple solutions. We will hopefully get one of them in time.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we're going to cut out the patch notes related and some of the other ones here, since we're kind of at the edge of the time. If you want, we can do just a couple rapid fires from chat, and then we can call it there. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to follow up on something that Ziggy D asked. Very selfishly of me, admittedly. I'm playing the Spearwalker. I think it's the funnest looking thing, like, in the entire review that I saw. And it was about Tame Beast, and he mentioned that Tame Beast is like a level 9 cut gem. However, you can ascend and take the node that lets you capture beasts way before you can actually get to the cut gem. And you mentioned you might have a solution to this because it's a little bit of a noob trap, right? You take a node that you literally can't even use for like 10 levels or something. So I was wondering, when I saw the patch notes, it still said the gem starts at level 9. So I'm curious, do we have a solution for this coming to 0.5?
I thought we were going to just change it. I thought we were going to change it so that the uncut gem was lower level. I thought we were going to make it so that Tame Beast was just a lower level skill, but that's what the last I heard about it.
Certainly, the last discussion I had was that we were going to move it down to a lower level.
Sounds good to me.
So it could be the patch note was wrong. It could be something caused that to not happen. But that was definitely both Jonathan and I's understanding of the last of that conversation. So, but yes, we don't want that to be a problem. We will do something about it.
James just messaged me that Tame Beast min level 7 is level 7 now. Patch notes missed it for some reason.
Perfect.
So he just messaged me that as we're talking. So that is the answer to that. So all good.
Well, unless Ghazi got a last question for him before we start the rapid fire and wrap it up here.
I was just wanted to have some sort of curiosity into your minds with basically the progression of what's going to happen between 0.5 and 1.0. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I'm curious because you, Mark, mentioned something that I keep referencing, and that is the plugging the holes. And I love that. I don't know why I love that comment, but plugging the holes and getting balance fixes and changes between 0.5 and 1.0. So my question, just to keep it short, is what are the things you want to prioritize in the updates between now and end of the year during this time frame?
So unique items, as Mark said, very big one. Any like a lot of skill balance, a lot of just like character balance. Adding some skills to existing classes where necessary, and or changing functionality of how they work for just like where we're going back and just making sure that everything that we already released in the in 010 is like in a better place, like just like all of that sort of stuff, like that's big. Passive tree reworks, just like improvements there is like another big one. And I mean, I guess that's probably the main stuff, really. Like, yeah, I think, and then
it's a lot of the other chaos damage, getting that to be better, and thus acolyte,
Right.
Ignite builds, burn, damage over time in general.
Right.
You know, just all these things that we've been, and honestly, it's come up in a few expansions, and it's just like, well, we just haven't got there yet, you know. And as I said, the passive tree, the base types, the you know, bloody hope, the general. I mean, more replayability improvements certainly would also be good if there's any new one. Like, I've been really nice after people play through this and get a feel for it. To obviously identify the new evils. You know, what's bad, what's annoying. Like, now that people are going to be replaying through Act 4 for the third time. You know,
that's 100% a thing, right? So, like, is that like Act 4? Didn't get a huge amount of changes in this patch, and I suspect part of the reason for that is because we haven't had the time. Like, there hasn't been a like resurgence of people saying I hate things in Act 4 because people haven't necessarily replayed it that much. So, like, I'm sure there'll be things in Act 4 that after this patch, people will be like, oh, this is the horrible thing in Act 4 that I don't like. So we'll see. We'll just have to see what that is at that point.
I'm not sure if they'll come sooner or later, but I'd like to do sooner. I'd like to, when we have our like next economy reset between, that we have either the third ranger or the third druid ascendancies come in. Like, it'd be nice for all existing classes to have all ascendancies before the full release.
I go so far in the other direction from that. Like, it would be nice if all of the base classes existed. Because, and I know that this is something that's got me in trouble before. People don't like this. If you release the game without all the base classes, that feels like a Blizzard thing to do. It's bullshit. It's not done. Buddy, relax. 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 Hold on. Bud, what are we excited about, hey? Right, there we go. Yeah. The game is so... I don't know, it just... Something about it really, really, really doesn't sit right with me. Not even having all of the standard base classes in the game. And then calling it a release. I mean, it might as well just keep being another version of the beta. Like, you're not... We don't have it. We don't have it. Like, it's not finished. Sure there's something else I'm supposed to do here. Can't remember what it was. It's been too long.
What else? You know, it's just the things, because they're just missing, right? It's just clearly like, okay, they're just missing the class. So as much of that as possible would be really, really ideal. And yeah, I don't see much else. I'm sure there is.
Just wanted to verify. You said that economy resets. That just to verify that I heard you right. There will be economy resets leagues.
There will be economy resets. So there will effectively like there will be leagues. It's just that they're not going to be like they're not going to be the same as what a like a proper, you know, like it's not going to be an 06 what an 060 would be. And like, the reason why we say that is because we don't want to set the wrong expectation, and like it's not going to be like the giant mega content release in that way. Now there will be content, right, because we're talking about adding uniques and skills and all that stuff, but it's not going to be quite the same, I think. Like I wouldn't expect necessarily to be like you know, like the on the other hand, we're generally pretty good at taking little and turning it into a lot. So I guess we'll see what we end up with there. But I mean, the thing we've referenced before is like Legacy or Phyrexia type of stuff, right? Where you just take some existing stuff, you jumble it around, you like come up with a few things. Like hell, maybe you frickin' add an Atlas Master or do the jumble and Atlas Master stuff, like Mark was saying earlier, like as a league, and just little stuff like that you can do.
Is this the zone with the? I clicked a bunch of things. Isn't there supposed to be like a head I go down or something? It's literally been so long since I've fucking played this game. I've forgotten all of the things. There is? Okay. There is? I just gotta find it, apparently.
Do that doesn't take too long to make it sort of worth playing again, but really the main reason we want people to be playing again is so that they can test all the new balance and changes to kind of core systems that we're changing.
Whatever the league end up will be something that has the least amount of impact on the team doing the balance, right? So as long as we're not using their time to then not solve the things they need to solve, that will be a big thing. But you know, just things that are hard to even think about. If there is an economy reset, well, then we have to look at Runes of Elder, how it succeeded, how it failed, and integrate it into core. If it's fully successful, add an Atlas passive tree for it, you know, all of that stuff. So all of that will be happening around the same time, and you know, then we'll have our here's what our minus the 1.0 league, you know, it's like here's what our end game is and what our end game looks like, and you know, so we'll just,
which is the other thing, right? Because who knows what random end game changes we might then find we need after this is released, and then we have to make it, you know, we have to presumably any patch we do is going to involve improving that, whatever problems might end up being. Like it's just stuff like that we're going to have to do.
I have one quick follow-up to weave into this last question, so I'm gonna keep it real short. You guys have done an excellent job in the past, you know, track record history of shaking up the meta with character balance changes on a consistent basis, where people are not just playing the new content, but we're playing the game in a different way very often from league to league to league. So the question then goes to the changes coming from 0.5 or between 0.5 and 1.0. Will they also include character power balance and meta shake?
Lots. That's one of the big focuses.
It's like two-thirds of what it will contain is that.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
That's the goal, right? It is 90% of the goal is, and because uniques are ultimately about this, is just how characters are built. Well, no, let's say 80%, whereas 20% is like improving the content more. So most of it is going to be more oriented around character builds, character powers, etc. But, you know, and even to the degree of like, okay, you know, there are some skills that don't feel good to use. There are some, you know, so it's not just power, it's also feel, how these things feel to play. Are they rewarding to play? When I do A, B, C, D and do my combo piece, does it land or is it just like meh? You know, so going back and revisiting even some of the effects and some of the audio, some of the, and obviously the numbers, you know, like whatever we can do to really just go and say everything we've now, or maybe it's like, you know, there's an A and a B, but we need the C, you know, you need the finale piece to it. And so we go and add that. So you have new skills, modified skills, changed both aesthetically, cosmetically, and in balance. Potential new classes, a whole bunch of new uniques, I'm hoping, with a bunch of uniques being rebalanced, you know, like all of this stuff across the board. Now, normally, you know, when we have a big reveal, we don't talk about all this stuff because we like everything to be, you know, new. But like, it's pretty easy to talk about all the things that we need to make better, and so that's really what we're going to do, and we'll just hopefully be able to get through it all. But you know how these things go. We don't stop development. So even though full release occurs, we're going to still then balance in 1.1 and 1.2 and 1.3. And, you know, it's just never going to end. So if we don't get 100% right, you know, we'll just keep going.
All right. So we're going to do a couple rapid fires here.
Lost TM's audio there.
Oh, how about now? Am I back? We good?
There we go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that. Good. I was typing in the chat to tell them to put their questions together, and I hit the mute button. Okay, so we're going to do rapid fire from the chat here, and then we're going to call it a day. So first one here, is there anything added to the game you guys would consider to be like aspirational content? Basically, they're saying extremely difficult content coming to the game, like Ubers, etc.
Look, everyone has their own definition of this, I assume, to some degree, right?
Sure.
Some people are just going to find the farmed pinnacles to be that. In terms of Ubers, we've specifically made sure to not. So you obviously you have your quest version, your non-quest version. I didn't want a then Uber grade of that, and the reason is that, not to say it won't eventually happen, is that it puts a bit of a difficult skew on what is considered an acceptable character at a fundamental level, because now they have to be able to do the hardest content in order to be good. And with so much incomplete character balance and stuff we still need to work on and fill the gaps and everything, I wanted to make sure there wasn't just stuff that is like for the, you know, the most OP of the OP of the OP builds, because it was, and this is something that it already was doing, where all of a sudden the viability of a character was being judged by some people against whether or not it can kill a pinnacle, some whether it can complete maps of certain tiers, and some where it can kill the Ubers, and it creates a bit of a difficult thing where it's like, what is considered acceptable? And so the new pinnacles are hard, like for sure. You know, all the fights are pretty damn difficult, and as I said, you can generally juice these things and do like there are ways via the Atlas Masters to take them to slightly next levels. There are things with the different leagues, with the different league trees, to both add rewards and make them harder in the form of multi-choices. And so there are ways to do it, but they wouldn't say they're classically defined as Ubers anymore. I wanted to get away from that. We'll get everything stable, we'll get everything good, and then we'll look at re-adding some of that stuff back. Be it either via an actual Uber fight or be it via, you know, a master or something like that. We'll see.
Quick question about Recombinator was moved out of the game, so we're kind of curious about what's going on with that.
Yeah,
kind of didn't like it, to be honest. Like it's always been in this annoying balance position where like the numbers that it has to be like to not be completely cracked and broken never been satisfying for the players, and we've never been able to somehow like get that right. So we just decided, you know what, screw it for now. We'll see. We might revisit that again later if we can find some way to change it in some way. But yeah,
I think all the new runes we added, all of the Runic ward, it's just so much better. It's so much more understandable, so much more broadly usable. Like not insanely overcomplicated. They're just better. So we were like, look, it had recombinating, it just doesn't need it. Like, here's all the stuff that we can do that is clearly better. I mean, at first, we kept it because there's like a little bit of a loss aversion thing, but it's like, okay, look, we're at like, do we really need it at this point? So, ultimately, we just decided to axe it, noting that like everything we're adding in its stead is just significant upgrades IMO.
Okay. I'm assuming similar logic with like the expedition shops. They're still in the game, but they're kind of like not the primary focus.
They're gone.
The
expedition shops are dead.
Gone as
well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
they were basically just taken from PoE 1, and like they never really were proper stuff, and
well,
yeah, we just...
It was taken and then downgraded, and then kind of like, oh, we don't want it to be... they were just not good. So again, it was like, we're like, let's get rid of the stuff that's just clearly subpar and replace it with stuff that's just clearly better. Like, we don't have to be so attached to it. And, you know.
Sure. Okay. On to the next one here from chat. Corruption. So you guys made like a fairly significant change, actually, to corruption, where instead of it like randomizing it, it's like a multiplier, right? So you want to divine it first before your corruption. Would you like to speak to that change, Will?
That's fucked. But also great, but also bad.
That is what we did, yes. What was the goal there? I guess ultimately... liked the idea that when you get I mean, I agree. I understand why some people are going to be like, no, I have to use divines now. Well, yep, that's what you got to do, right? You got to make it much more, a bit of a harder decision to decide, am I going to divine this item to be its perfect role and then do it, or am I not? And I guess, I don't know, I just prefer it more. It's a bit more hardcore, it's a bit more Val, it's a bit more, costly, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of that, as opposed to just every time I find this, I just Val it no matter what. Which, I just think it's personally better, but I can see people not entirely agreeing with that, and you're right to that opinion, and too bad, I guess, is my answer, but I just 100% prefer it, and I'd say most of the people we spoke to definitely preferred it as well,
I've seen it overwhelmingly, like, liked. I haven't really seen almost anybody saying they don't like.
Well, in that case,
I'm torn both ways.
In previous interviews,
I'm torn both ways because it's like really interesting in now I have to use good uniques. That's great, but also like now all the bad uniques have gone to being worthless again. Or like the bad rolls on things that aren't worth divining are back to being garbage, and so I'm very torn. Like both, I don't know if I like that or not. Which I guess makes it fine because I also don't hate it so much that I'm like upset about it. So I guess we'll just see.
We've had a conversation that's been brought up multiple times has been, inflation and wanting a divine sync, and every time the comment has been, we need more uniques, we need more interesting uniques to divine orb, and I never really felt that it really did that job enough. And I think that with this change alone and continuously adding more uniques, you might actually hit the spot where this is doing exactly what we've been screaming for the past year.
I will agree.
Right.
Speaking of divines, one thing that came up was divine orbs that are now more common, which was one of the patch notes. I mean, small line, big decision. So is that there to balance out like the changes of the Atlas, unless Quan is really not that more common, or what's that line mean?
It's definitely more common, divine orbs. I'm almost tempted to not mention the reason why we did that, but I don't know how you feel about that, Mark.
Then don't.
Sure. All right.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah. All right. So basically, okay. So this is gonna sound ultra dumb, I suspect, to some people. So we'll see how this goes. But okay. So the temple, right? The temple had ridiculous amounts of loot going on due to snake strategy and all that sort of shit. So there was stuff like going that, right? So basically, there's this concern that we had that people are going to be like, okay, so the temple is obviously nerfed, right? Like snake strategy no longer a thing. Like, it means that like, and so then what we believed was going to happen is immediately people are going to be like, oh, previous league I got X divines per hour and now I'm getting Y divines per hour, and like just annoying shit like that. And so we're like, if we just change the drop rate of divines, nobody will be able to make the comparison anymore. And there won't be like this ability to say like this thing about that. So now I just want to know I just want you to know, by the way, that the troll answer that we legitimately thought we might do for a second is, what if we just removed divines from the game? That was like a legitimate troll answer that we had as like the opposite of this. But instead of doing that, we're like, okay, no, let's make them more common. They're not like, it's not like they're dropping like candy or anything, right? But they are like, they're an amount more common that is like such that, that doesn't make them quite comparable anymore. And yeah, that's just down to the fact that divines, for whatever reason, are the thing that people use as the sort of way that comparing loot. So because the loot is kind of like there's a lot of changes all over the loot everywhere, you'll kind of, you'll I guess it just makes the whole...
What do you mean for whatever reason? You're the one that did that to PoE1. It used to be exalts.
Whole thing less comparable, and yeah, that is truly part of the reason why we did that. But yes, we do want to divine syncs as well, which is the Vital Orb thing. So yeah.
All right, well, I'll do one more here, and we'll call it 2 hours and like 35 minutes here. So just a real common one that keeps popping up is people are just asking about performance improvements. Like with every league, you guys typically do quite a bit of performance improvements. Are we expecting that going in 0.5? I know you talked a little bit about Steam Deck, for instance, but console, PC, all of it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, there have been changes, but I wouldn't say that they're revolutionary to the point that I would call them out specifically as like we made big performance improvements. Like there's just the sort of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things that we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is, but like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back, like that thing. And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it. It's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. It's like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work out what's going on. But like, yeah, there's been a lot of trying to sort out like this kind of stuff and like work on crashes and that kind of thing. So there's less like performance in the sense of like, frame rate higher. But we still will be doing more about that and like the 05X patches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, you know what I like? One last kind of random question here, which I don't know if you have an answer for, but I'm going to try, okay? I know Hex Blast was the skill people were using before. It got changed at one point. It really hasn't hit a point in which it's really seen much use. I know it was beloved by some people out there.
Why?
I know you might not have the answer off the top of your head, but could we see some love for Hex Blacks or Fix or Revert or anything at some point? Like, where's your stance on that skill?
I have not thought about that one for a while, I have to admit. So it'd be one of those things that would look at an 05X timeline, I would say.
Sure.
Because, yeah, it's just, if it's not working and people aren't using it, then that'll be one of the things that we want looking to buff, I suspect.
Okay, I'll just throw it out there. All right, well, that's it.
It was.
I was going to say the chaos hits and chaos dots just needs a whole bunch of love, and reviewing all the skills and the mechanics adjacent to it is just part of that. So
that's actually one of the weirdest things, because it was working, but it wasn't S tier OP. It was just pretty damn good, but not like S tier OP. And then they completely intentionally 100% fucked it, and then went, okay, why?
you know, there'll be some adding skills, some changing of roles, just so like anything could happen really, but it is on the radar for sure.
Okay. Well, there we go. You know, I mean, we could go all day, but we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, so I think we'll call it here, boys. I would say thanks for your time. You guys went really in depth on a lot of stuff, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So, you know, thanks for the opportunity and the answer, and for taking your Sunday. I know you guys are at home, so chat seemed to enjoy that one as well. So, thank you guys.
Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, and hope everyone enjoys the league. And what's it, 6 days now or something? However long it is.
6 days.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
See you later.
Okay. Well. Close. That was actually. They gave Doedries the same treatment. It's crap now. Well, we don't know if it's crap. It's probably going to be crap though, but we don't know. Not for sure, right? Is until PvP League? Yup. Okay, I think we're reaching the end of the amount of time that I can be not paying full attention to the dog. He's starting to get like very antsy. The good news is Mum's looking after the dog for like 10 days on League Start, because I can't do it and I'm gonna be busy with League Start. But part of that was she didn't want to do it the whole time either, so it's not until like the day before League Start that she's gonna come and take over. And then 10 days she'll be looking after him, and then he's back. But hopefully by the time he comes back he'll be quite a bit better. I don't know, it's 2 weeks more healing. I'd say all of it was good, but there are some things there that are a little bit worrisome. But like mostly listening to that podcast just makes me even more excited for like it. I want to use like better terminology than becoming a good game, right? But like that's what I want it to do, and what I think it's failed to do up until now. It's failed to be a good game. But I want it to be, and it seems like we're heading there. Like, is 0.5 seems really good, and then the list of things that they're listing like as problems they want to address, these are all of the problems that I want them to address. So like, I don't want to sound like, oh, negative, hate PoE, but like it has so far failed to be a game worth playing, and it seems like it's gonna be significantly better, so I'm very much looking forward to it.
I'm not ready yet.
Yes, buddy. I know. Ooh. Just real quick, how have I never made an Ice Nova build? Like, does this like fall off in endgame or what? Because this is fucking great. You don't enjoy this at all? Oh, look, at all is strong. It's not like I never had any fun, but like the longevity of any PoE league has been roughly the same as the Diablo 4 leagues. Like, it's fun to play for like a few days, but there's no real reason to like keep going, which is nothing like PoE 1.
I'm not ready yet.
Right? Like, it was just missing so much. Right? But like, this, I don't know, this patch looks like it's addressed almost all of those things. And then the things they were just talking about in that podcast seemed like they're pretty focused on the rest of the things that are still going to be an issue. So like, great. Please do those things. That'd be fantastic. Nothing would make me happier than still actively wanting to play PoE 2 after like a week or two.
The wind bites like a blade up here.
Like, nothing would make me happier than actively wanting to play after, let's say the 2 week mark. That would be great. If it was still entertaining me and I wanted to play after 2 weeks, that'd be great. I would love that.
Browse as long as you like. Take care.
Also, this point that I'm at right now in the league start, I would already have Spell Totem. And I would have changed builds because we're here. And the plan, I will do up like a whole plan to follow and whatnot, but the plan will be you league start, where are we? I mean, you're just gonna take that to begin with, right? You're gonna take that, grab a belt that has 2 sockets and be like, ta-da, there's 120 spirit plus the 30 you've got. Ta-da. You've got some totems. You can play totems right away. Yeah, maybe even with a scepter on. Preferably with a scepter on, if I could. But yeah, that'd be great. And then later, don't even worry about the second Ascendancy. Maybe even. Because, like, I don't fucking care about any of these. And change Ascendancies later on. Right? Like, later on. And by later on, I do mean just, like, at maps, maybe even. Just change over to here. Grab probably this one first. I'll have to come up with a plan. But it's probably paths not taken first. And then I do really like this node, but I don't think I need it right away. So after that, it's probably those two for inevitable crit. And then we'll have to think about what I want the 4th one to be, because like this is really good, but only if you use it properly. And we may not need to use it properly. I don't want aligned fates. I don't want moment of vulnerability. So it might be the +1 totem. It might be. But also, it depends on how tanky the totems are, whether they die or not. Like, it's not the +1 that's the important bit. It's the totems live for 6 seconds after they die. Right? So like that maybe but only if they have problems, right? Only if they have severe problems, then sure, solve it that way. It might actually be this, because it's sort of free mom. Probably not though. It probably just ends up being this one. Yeah, because you don't need the mana, and so being able to sacrificing 15% of your life to just also use mana as your life feels like it's probably worth. But also this one is pretty strong, but only when you use it properly, right? So we'll have to see whether or not I can get enough use out of it. Like, it's like you can get that, you can get that. If you grab that, you get to get this one, you get to get that one, maybe this, depending on whether it's still good or not. You get that for 1 point, which I will take. I'll take that for 1 point, by the way, every time. If I can take that for 1 point, I'm taking that for 1 point every time. 75% reduced life regeneration in your presence for everyone else. Yes, please. Right? So it'll look different. Yeah, that's why I'm like, it'll be the fourth one if I take it, but like there are other options, right? Like I may take this, I may take this, I may take that. They're all three of those are good options. It'll just be a by feel thing, but I'm pretty sure that is the three for sure. And in order, it'll be very easily path not taken, lesser harm, and then inevitable crits. Yeah, EB Mom is almost certainly what we end up doing. Especially because I don't even know if you want to come in that way like that. Like you maybe want to come through the bottom here because of this node. Because then you get to be like, oh look, lightning, oh look, lightning, oh look, spell damage per mana, oh look, maximum mana, oh look, reduce movement speed, crit, fucking, like everything's good. And having every totem be free. Yep. The Keystone Jumper is really nice when used properly. I have seen several builds like take that Ascendancy, but only use like 4 or 5 nodes total, and then it's just sort of like that wasn't actually worth an Ascendancy node. Like that actually wasn't, right? There's also a chance that I go full chaos and use Ember Fusillade to do it, and then who knows what I do if I do that. But then there's a chance I do this just because I don't like fire, and we still end up using Archmage, and it just becomes a lightning Ember Fusillade that's fucking purple, which could be cool. There's definitely just like a lot to play with, a lot of options to do. Many options. Isn't Shaman much better for totems? On League start while leveling, yes. You start Shaman. Your first Ascendancy is this. And then I don't even know if I bother ascending a second time. I take this, and then I get some gear at maps, and then I swap Ascendancies and take those 3. But your first ascendancy is going to be that. That's, you know, that's 120 spirit. As long as you've got any belt with 2 charm implicit, which you should be able to do. And you're going to need that because that's 150, which is 2 totems. So realistically, I'm going to have at least 3 totems because I will have a scepter on. And I think 3 for me in the past, we haven't tested this game at all, so we don't know. But in the past, totems start to feel good when you can put 3 down. That's the like minimum thing, right? That's the minimum, is like, can I put 3 totems down? And if you can't, you should continue self-casting, right? That's in the past has been my minimum, is like 3 feels good, 2 is not good enough, right? So this movement speed, let's prioritize that. At least a third of the player will just do whatever he puts the thing up, right? Alright. Yes, I know. Okay. It is now time to go spend time with dog before he starts freaking out. So about 5 hours is how long he can sit in a crate on his own, like unattended, before he starts to get sick of being left alone. Level 14 spell totem. I will change to totems probably after first lab. Totems benefit from spell damage on the tree. Yes, they're spell totems. I will try later on when my sister's home and taking care of the dog. I'll try and figure out a build, and if I can figure out a rough build path, then I'll make a video on it. But the problem is mine's not going to be a full guide, because I'm going to be throwing around like a very much adjust as I see fit, right? Like I'm only going to have like a rough plan. I don't even know for sure what spell I'm going to use. I just have like a rough, it's going to do this probably, and we'll just see how it feels and adjust accordingly. There's also a lot of people doing martial artist, by the way. There's going to be a lot of people starting martial artist. There's going to be a lot of people doing whatever Fub does, because there always is. And then there's going to be a lot of people playing spell totems, and those are probably like the 3 big standouts. And then there's going to be a fair, maybe 45 people who get baited into playing the new companion build. And I'm really sorry to all of you, because it's terrible. They've all still got broken ankles. Don't do it. We rewatched the thing. Go back and rewatch the builds that they've got, and watch how at normal run speed, not sprint speed, at normal run speed, they leave all the minions so far behind they fall off screen. And then think about trying to map like that. And then rethink your start and don't do minions. Oh, yes, buddy. I know. All right, you're going to get my attention. Okay. Yes, buddy, you're going to get my attention. All right. I got to run. Loneliness or companions? I mean, both, to be honest. I wouldn't do either. Grenade pug to play? Yes, grenades are good. Alright. I'm gonna send people to Garatha. I am not gonna hang around. He's literally getting pets from my hand down here as we speak. He's starting to get very antsy, so it is time. I will see everybody tomorrow. Hopefully we can put something together to start using YouTube again. Alright.